jungle, an artificial paradise. Paradise, 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 paradise. Jungle, an artificial paradise.
How's everybody doing? Hope you had a good week. Since we hung out last week. Made a few changes around here. In case you haven't noticed. Changing the software that I'm streaming with since I could never get the other stuff to work. Not the software I'm streaming with, sorry, the provider that I'm multi-streaming from. Bear with me as I make some tweaks during the stream today. It's hard to test this stuff out. Dr. Peppy! Pepix. Glad to see you here, man. Of course, I get a phone call right as the stream starts. Hey, through Drift, thanks for stopping by tonight, man. Good holiday season? I did have a good holiday season. Bought myself a fat present. How about you? You have a good one? I bought a new system that I can dedicate to gaming. I've been having more and more trouble trying to use my workstation for everything. So I think, I don't know if it was last stream or the stream before. I know a couple people were pointing out some of the frame drops I was getting and everything. And then I've also been having like trouble because I use my workstation for a lot of stuff at work. I use it for video editing. I use it for a lot of stuff. And like just like video driver issues and stuff, like trying to run stuff that's stable on Adobe and games. And it's the stuff I'm doing with AI. It can be a little challenging. Not to mention the machine's just not quite keeping up whenever I was live streaming like this. And trying to, part of it's the resolution that I play at. I have this super ultra wide monitor. And trying to play at that resolution, record at that resolution. I don't know. It just was not performing well. I'm kind of surprised. I thought it would. This machine is beastly. Like a Threadripper Pro. I got the 5090. I got a ton of RAM, but it just could not do all the things. I think maybe it's some Windows limitations. Yeah, getting really messy fast, yeah. So I'm gonna have a second PC now that I dedicate for gaming. Another problem is just like all the peripherals that I have. I have so many peripherals on this one machine that you'd be surprised at like all the hoops I had to jump through just to get the USB power straight. So it's gonna be nice to like have all the gaming peripherals on the gaming machine and just the production stuff, like the audio, video equipment, Stream Decks and all that stuff on my workstation, flight sticks for Star Citizen, pedals, all that stuff on the gaming PC. Yeah, I'm hoping it works out. It hasn't gotten here yet. I think it's going to be arriving this week. And I just went with a very standard. Got the 9800 X3D, 64 gig of RAM, just very basic. I'm excited for it though. It should be really nice. It should handle gaming better than the Threadripper Pro CPU. Evening, Seymour. Thanks for stopping by, man. So that's exciting. I understand I'm gonna have to do some audio magic to get all that working on like a dual PC streaming setup, but not bad. Plenty of people have paved that path before me, so that'll be cool. I'm actually gonna move the 5090 that is in my workstation over to. Yeah, maybe I should do an unbox. Good idea. I'm going to move the 5090 from this workstation over there. I have a 4090 from the PC that I had before I got this. So I'm going to move the 4090 into this workstation. 5090 into the gaming machine. And then I ordered the new machine with a 5070 Ti. I'm going to put that in my old machine that predated these two. And I'm going to give that to my kid. The one that was playing Hashes of Creation with me a few streams ago, if you remember. Really, new system? Sweet, yeah. Pretty good. I managed to get myself a job. Nice, dude. Finally able to get a decent PC, but at the moment, and able to afford an AI chud strike. Yeah. Couldn't write it. Yeah, I'll do an unboxing. I get all my systems from Origin PC these days. They usually ship their PCs in these big wooden crates, so maybe the unboxing will actually be fun. I gotta get a crowbar out and actually pry this thing apart to get the thing out of it. So yeah, cool. What's new with everybody? What's everybody playing? You all playing Star Citizen, or is the game in a pretty sad state at the moment? Last I played, it was in rough shape. We were actually planning on an organization scrimmage against another organization. We were going to be doing a big fleet battle. I think the idea was 10 capital ships versus 10 capital ships, and we were going to stream and record the whole thing. But we just actually rescheduled that because apparently we can't get more than 4 capital ships on the screen right now without some major issues. So I think we're going to wait for a more stable patch to attempt it. I'm curious what your experience is if you're playing right now. little bit of a bummer, but all right. Patience. Project Gnome. Cool, man. 4 is a good number these days. Yeah. The patch before this, they were doing 10v10 scrimmages. So I don't know if when you say these days, if you're talking about this patch specifically. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully things get back the way they were in the prior patch. Things were pretty good. Four 4.5 has been a joke. Well, yeah, it happens. I mean, every year we call it the holiday patch, right? Every year we get a less than ideal stability-wise patch right before the Christmas break, man. It happened last year too, and the year before that. The year before that was 3.18, right? Last year was the 4.0 patch, which, as good as it ended up being, was not that great whenever it first came out. Hopefully, they're back from vacay now and things start to stabilize. Last I was on, the biggest issues was just in the back-end services, like inventory, that kind of stuff. Made 13.9 million doing a commodity haul in a C2 last week. But then Sig killed my round. Which doesn't surprise me because that's a lot of money made. A single haul, 13.9 million? Holy crap, dude. I'm still, like, too nervous to do those kinds of hauls because I first tried to do that kind of gameplay, and I need to... It's a me problem. I need to recalibrate where my mind's at. But when I first started trying to do hauling contracts, or not hauling contracts, but just hauling, on my own commodity purchasing and selling, because I was pretty excited about that. I did a lot of that in EVO Online, so I was excited when I came to Star Citizen to do some of that, but it was back in 3.17, 3.18, 3.19 that I was attempting it, and the 30Ks were just so bad that I lost so much inventory back then doing those types of things that I kind of just abandoned that idea and never went back. I'm sure it's very viable now, but I still just have those pangs, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's like some kind of syndrome going on that prevents me from doing it. I have done some of the hauling missions though. 2025 end of year patch was at least better than the other years. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's probably fair. I mean, I was not here, more than 4 years ago. I wasn't here, so I can't compare to those. But yeah, Doctor, the last few have been probably worse than this one. Money will be easy once the fatter pillar iron chat comes out. Stability aside. Oh my gosh. The fatter pillar. Or the iron chat. I like the iron chat. So over my holiday break, I did a lot of tinkering around, which was what gave me the idea of this stream. They're fun but risky, especially the most profitable commodity runs. A lot of times we do most profitable runs in org because escort helps keep you alive. Yeah, I'd imagine there's a bunch of once all the routes are known, I'm sure there's a lot of griefers. There are a lot of pirates, depending on if they're... Nothing wrong with piracy. All about it. But yeah, I'm sure you got to contend with a lot of that. I think we are getting, if I'm not mistaken, I think we're getting some more Star Citizen lives soon. That's exciting. Can't wait to get those back. Yeah, I've been checking Comlink, see what other news is coming out. But it's been pretty quiet since the holidays started. Anyway, over my holiday break, I don't know if you've watched, how many of you have watched some of my YouTube videos, especially the ones where I talk architecture, systems, scaling these backend systems that are gonna keep games like Star Citizen, Pax Dei, Ashes of Creation, keep those things afloat. And I've also done a few videos on the topic of AI and development in general, but game development, since my channel butts up against game development a lot, even though I'm not a game developer. As many of you probably know, and especially if you're on the Discord, you know that I have never been a very big proponent of AI or a believer in it. I'm very skeptical by nature, and AI is no different. While there's been a lot of speaking of AI, I know the one guy in the chat is wanting to buy a PC, and AI is really what's putting a damper on those plans for a lot of people right now. I just ran a poll a couple days ago in the chat. Let me see if what the results are. Yeah, I said, I'm curious, is the spike in memory prices impacting you? And of course, the prices of memory are going up because of there's a couple things, right? There's supplier issues, but also AI and just demand in general. But a lot of people are conjecturing that AI is behind that spike in demand. But it didn't help. Some suppliers are kind of pulling out of the consumer market at the same time. So it's kind of a perfect storm. But we ran a poll asking, 23% of people said that it has delayed a purchase, which is pretty crazy. Like a quarter of all people responding saying they wanted to buy, but they're not because of not just memory prices, also GPU prices. A lot of things going in there, but memory was the topic. 40% said they are concerned that it is going to impact a purchase. Only 37% said it was not impacting them. So, big deal. Bummer for those that find themselves in this predicament. I think you said you were one of them, Aether. 9950 X3D, 5090, 64 gigs of RAM is 5K right now. It was 3500 a year ago. Yep. You're exactly right. Every time I order a new PC, since I order from the same place, I go back, because you go into your account and they have all the purchases you've made, and I can just see the price of every PC ticking up year after year. For basically the same thing, right? I always order the top of the line systems, and you just see the top of the line getting more and more and more expensive year after year. Hey, Carvey. Thanks for coming out, man. Seeing adapters from DDR4 to DDR5, yeah. Quite concerning. I just was reading that 5800 X3D chips are selling for more than 9800 X3D chips right now. Talk about crazy. Prices on the old 5800 X3D chips skyrocketed just because people were saving money on the older memory, the DDR4. Crazy times. I don't know how many of you watch Board Gamer. He just did a video recently I thought was a pretty good one, talking about the PC apocalypse, especially as it related to Star Citizen because of all this stuff. I don't know that it's I think it's gonna last. I mean, we've seen stuff like this before, where demand outpaces supply for a while, and then, the market tends to correct on these things. I just don't know how long it's going to take. That's the problem. Actually, worse for you, I can't delay because I need top-of-the-line system for work. I'm an engineer, so I can't afford to wait, but now I can't afford to buy, so here comes the debt. Oof. Yeah. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Seeing if I can change. Put more of the chat on the screen. I don't like it being cut off like it was. Yeah. Well, hopefully hopefully the new job helps you dig out that debt you're gonna have to take on fairly quickly. Congrats on the new job, by the way, Ether. That is not easy to accomplish in this market. I remember the days of 486DX 133 full top end system was between 10 and 12K US. I hope we aren't getting back to that. Dude, I remember those days too. 486DX 133. I had a 486DX 100 at one point. I actually don't remember him going above 100, but I believe it. Actually, maybe I do. I was building PCs at the time. I don't think I've ever really talked about my background other than what my current, most recent title was. I mentioned that on a few of the videos. Especially early on, just so that people were had a reason to even watch. But yeah, at the time the 46s came out, I was still in high school, maybe college. I can't remember. But the first gig or job that I had as a young man was working for a computer shop in my local hometown, and the computer shop started out as an ex-IBMer moved into town. He opened up this shop, and his idea was he was going to sell refurbished IBM PCs because at the time IBM dominated the PC landscape. And what they would do is they had programs where companies would give them back used PCs. They would get credit or whatever. So I'm talking the old IBM PCs, like the original IBM PC, the XT, the AT, you know, the mod 40s, 60s, 80s. He would get all of these. We would get pallets of them in, and we would just refurbishing them. That was my job, refurbishing them, you know, testing them, swapping cards for custom orders, you know, because some people would order with like 3 COM ports, other people wanted 2 parallel ports, that kind of stuff. And then we would repallet them, shrink wrap, and put them on the trucks. And he sold most of them overseas. Like he'd sell these to nations all over the world. And but at some point, IBM killed that program. They no longer resold their old used hardware to people like him. And so he had to really pivot the business quickly. And he pivoted it into just a local custom computer shop. And we pre-built some, but most of it was people would walk in the door. We had a shop in the back, and we had like a retail room out front. They would walk in, and you know, he would go and talk to them, and we would take custom orders. And so I was one of 2 lucky high school students in the back that would put these things together. And so when he first pivoted the business, it was the 386 that was like the big chip at the time. So we were selling 386s as like the high-end systems, but we were selling the 286s and the 8086s still, the XTs and the ATs. We were selling those cheap to people, because I grew up in a pretty poor area, so people didn't have a lot of disposable income. So a lot of people were, you know, they'd come in and they would drop $100-200 on those old IBM PCs instead of spending $1,000 or more on the new 386s. So I got to learn a lot about the old hardware that way. But I remember when the 486 dropped, it was such a big step up from the 386. It was pretty crazy. And at the time, we were also standing up BBS. For anybody who predates the internet like I do, prior to the internet, we had BBSs. And I was tasked with setting up a BBS for our town. We sold subscriptions in the town for it. And anyway, we built that on a 486. That was a 486 DX66, I believe, that we hosted our first BBS on. Anyway, memory lane there, but you got a brand new job with great money, just go in the dead of the irony. And I guess what I do, I build machine learning algorithms. Double irony. So it's your fault, Aether. It's your fault we're in this mess. What the hell, man? Tell your guys to get their shit in check. Oh man, dude. DX was sought after over the SX as the DX math coprocessor. Made quite a difference back in those days. Hell yeah, it did. It wasn't until the Pentium came out that Intel finally merged those things. No longer such a thing as a math coprocessor. 386 was the same way, 386 SX and DX. Prior to the 386, if you go all the way back to the 286 and earlier, there was no such thing as a chip with the math coprocessor built in. You always had to do the math coprocessors as an extra add-on in those systems. At least on the Intel x86 line. I don't know about the other chips. I didn't know a whole lot about like IBM's RISC alternatives or anything back then. Wasn't until much later I got into some of the other architectures. Reminds me when I sold refurbished PC back in the 80s. Nice. You were doing some of that too, Doctor? Yeah, Pentium was a huge jump. It was the Pentium that it was crazy too because it was such a drop in megahertz. And a lot of people, at least in our shop, everybody equated megahertz to speed. And when the Pentium first came out, it was 60 megahertz was the base model. And it took them a while to start delivering units that were higher than 60, if I remember correctly. But a lot of people were looking at like the 486, which, to your point, was 100 plus on megahertz. And then they were comparing that to the Pentium. And we had to explain to so many customers like why megahertz was not the only factor on processor speed. I remember that being a thing. We did a lot of PC repair at the shop too, and people would bring in broken systems, and we also did house calls. It was such like a kind of place. I don't know if these kind of places even exist anymore, but I remember people would call in, businesses and consumers, right? I'd be like, I got a problem. I guess like Geek Squad at Best Buy does this kind of thing now. And my boss would come back to the shop where I was working on the builds, and he'd say, hey, you got to go here, you got to go there. I wound up in so many weird situations. One time I was at a radio station. Radio station had a PC failure, and I was there, and it was like they had so many like custom accessories hooked up to this PC. Like, I mean, I can't even tell you how many COM ports and stuff they were using to control like CD changers and all that kind of stuff. It was crazy, dude. And back then, if anybody remembers, you had to do like IRQ management, deal with IRQ conflicts, and all kinds of stuff, man. Config.sys, having to like juggle the way you loaded drivers. It was that kind of stuff I was doing. It was just insane. I don't even have to worry about most of that anymore. We got totally different problems now, but young in need of money, yeah. They don't lump me in with all of them. Those crazies, I ain't with them. They're living in fantasy land and committing quite obvious fraud, in my opinion. Legal disclaimer for Grollo's channel. Nice. 46 topped out at 100, 133. They needed a new architecture. Time where first level support was cool. It was cool back then, man. I went from there. The next job I had was I was working for a logistics company, and they had warehouses all over the state, and basically I was their first and only PC support rep, and they had PCs at all these warehouses, and of course they had some corporate offices too where people were. This was in the old days where we didn't have cube farms. Everybody had their own individual offices. So like I was like 19 years old when I got that job, and I had my own office. They walked in, and they showed me here's your office, and like it had a door that closed, and nobody was in there to bother you. And I was like, I never again got that in my career. How crazy is that? I don't even know how long my career's been. What am I? I'm 49, so I'm like 30. I'm like, man, this is freaking crazy. I'm like 33 years, I think, has been the length of my career at this point. Am I doing the math right? Yeah, 33 years. Only the first 2 years did I have an office. At least until I went full-time work remote from home. Now I have a great office, but I had to provide it myself. That was the only time I ever had an office provided to me at a company. It's crazy when I think about it. And you know, I made it pretty high up in the corporate food chains, and never again. I was close. This one company had a director position. I think next step senior director I would have had one, but like that was the lowest they went with the office. They were so hard to come by. But anyway, the trucking company was cool, or the logistics company, because I got to do on the road support for like IBM terminals and PCs there. They did a lot of like AS400 thin terminal clients over coax. It was yeah, crazy. Anyway, I don't even know how we got on this topic. So you got all the girls? Yeah, right. Understanding is very rudimentary. Although, hey, Flessa. So the other guy, thanks for some vibes, Flessa. Doctor, to your point, the other guy I worked with, so there was two of us. Eventually there was three of us. But for a long time, there was just two of us working in the back room of that first place I was talking about. And the other guy met his first fiance on a road call. It was somebody called him with a PC problem. They sent him to go do the PC repair, and yeah, it was a young lady, and they dated for I don't even know how long, decade. But no, I never met anybody in PC repair business. Grey Wolf says hello. Hello, Grey Wolf. How's he doing? Been a while since I heard that name. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, here we go. He's fighting inventory today? Which inventory is he fighting? So questions, all this AI talk that we've been doing, and computer prices, and yeah, that's what I was just getting to, Doctor. Question: how many people? Well, first of all, I know there's several engineers, developers, whatever you want to call yourselves in the audience. SC inventory, yeah, that's brutal. I'm curious, how many of you are using AI day to day? Give me one of these in the chat. Hand raise. Use it from time to time for one shots. So the way I have been using it for the last, I don't even, how long have we had ChatGPT now? Well, I guess the real question is, when did Copilot come out? Let me look that up. Because that's really what started to have it enter orbit for like use in actual day-to-day code. When did GitHub release Copilot? October 2021, GitHub released Copilot. So, holy crap, it's been that long already, dude? Like 4 years? That was hard to believe. Time flies. I would have been working at Etsy at the time, yeah. Anyway, for the longest time, I have been treating it as just a fancy autocomplete. Not really. I might use it more in my new job, but only to write very small bits. Pocket A for work with and Wingman AI to create background radio chatter for SC. Nice. I've never heard of Pocket AI. Wingman AI sounds cool. I'm going to look that up. What's Pocket AI? IF, local LLM only. Nice. I need to get into that, Doctor. I have some friends that are going really ham on local AI, and it's definitely looks cool. I was just watching a video recently where somebody took like a cluster of Mac Minis running the new M4 CPU, and I guess you can daisy chain these together with their new high bandwidth Thunderbolt or whatever, which is way faster than Ethernet. And they're doing some crazy local AI scaling with setups like that. Just because of the Mac's architecture, where it uses has the memory can be shared between the CPU and GPU, so you get a lot of VRAM for very cheap. Go like those M4 Maxes or M3 Maxes, they can go. I think 192 gig of VRAM is the top end for them. Found ChatGPT very useful for CV writing and job description analysis. Don't know how effective it really was, but it felt good to use. It's an AI assistant that can record meetings and take notes, as well as automatically create additional context for us. Nice. Very cool. Well, I have been an AI naysayer for quite some time. If you go back to some of my videos, you'll probably find, especially in the Discord, you'll find me saying things like it's a glorified search engine. And I still mostly believe that. That's really the niche that it has done for me. It has replaced my use of Google to an extent. Like, no longer do I default to Googling things. I'll just, hey, good afternoon, Wolf. Thanks for coming out, man. I'll go to one of the chat bots and I'll ask it a question, and it'll give me responses, and it'll provide source links. And then I'll use that to springboard to websites so that I can go verify the information for myself or start digging. But it's a really quick way to get multiple sources for whatever you're looking into, which is really cool. The one thing that has changed my mind more recently is just kind of observing how, like, the one capability that AI has over a traditional search engine that has started to impress me is its ability to loop and recurse. Google results are worse, to be honest. Yeah, especially with all the new ad-driven stuff. Totally right about that, girl, though. Although I wish I would much prefer the old search engines because it hallucinates so much, can't be trusted. Yeah, agreed. That's another reason I stayed away from it, or I would be disappointed in it. Right, when I first started using AI side by side my software development, I immediately began to distrust. Well, I distrust everything by default, but just some of the stuff it came back with was just like, are you serious? It would just hallucinate methods. It would make stuff up. Like, I would have to spend so much time going back and fixing it that it kind of felt like it really wasn't speeding me up much at all. But the more I have been paying attention to how other people have used it and kind of gleaned some ideas from other videos and everything like this, I've really started to hone in on its ability to recurse on problems. Like, just iterate and iterate and iterate until it can come up with better and better solutions. And I've seen a lot more people kind of homogenizing across LLMs and bringing inputs together from multiple models to reach better and better solutions. And so over the holiday break, that was one of the things I was focused on. I went out and I set up some environments. I got a big fat subscription to one of the models. I already had some to one of the other models, and I started setting up this one repo that I had been working on. Started setting up a bunch of LLM integrations. I set up some like pull request reviews. If you don't know what that is, that's like when somebody provides some code that they want to introduce into a code base, and then somebody else comes along and reviews it. There's a lot of kind of tailored experiences out there now that are relying on one or more LLMs to provide those kind of facilities automatically. And so I set some of that up, and I just kind of wanted to walk through how I've developed some features. I have a feature that I want to develop. It's a brand new feature. I have not implemented it yet, so I wanted to kind of do it together. And in case this was interesting to anybody in this crowd, because I got to be honest, it kind of blew me away over the break on what I was able to do without a whole lot of hands-on time spent. A little bit. The other thing that really stuck out to me, this was kind of like the light bulb that went off for me, was I mentioned how disappointed I had been in this tooling for quite some time, and how, you know, the hallucinations and just the bullshit it would come back with. And it really turned it off. And I started just using it for like really minimal things, like test generation in some cases, or, you know, writing some SQL queries or stuff like that. But what I realized was the extreme disappointment I had was that as a very, very senior level engineer myself, I kind of like the tools that I choose to use, I expect them to kind of match my ability, right? Like I have invested a ton of time into Vim, for example, and Vim greatly accelerates my ability to edit text. I've spent a bunch of time learning Docker and, you know, the ecosystem around Docker, and that has really aided my ability to orchestrate and run fleets of services and do that kind of stuff. And so I expect like my tool to be an extension of me, and whenever I would use something like ChatGPT and it would just do really dumb stuff, like that really turned me off, like right out of the gate. But what occurred to me over this break, where I kind of took a fresh look at the tools and how I might be able to employ them, is if I think about the tools as more of a junior dev or a junior engineer willing to help me, then I have a totally different perspective on the entire thing, because that is something I have a lot of experience with, right? I've worked in positions now at multiple organizations where I had teams that reported to me, and I had a lot of people in those teams who were brand new to software development. I had people who were very senior, or as senior or more senior than myself, and so I got exposed to a broad spectrum of skill sets. And so this is something that was not alien to me. I've worked extensively with people who were just getting started in the field, some straight out of college or tech academies or whatever you want. So if I began to think of some of these models that way, it kind of changed my perspective on it and how I used it. And so that's what I was kind of doing over the break. And I wanted to show a little bit of how I did it. I work in VFX as an artist and use Gemini for simple scripts and say Maya, which is helpful. However, I absolutely dislike using it for anything related to art. Yeah. I can totally get that, Wiz. I'm the same way. Like, I feel like the AI slop on YouTube is completely out of control. And also on other platforms, Facebook, Twitter, I mean, you name it. It's everywhere. And it's definitely something I will never use in the content that I create. I think if anything, it's going to drive up the value of human curated content, not diminish it at all. I think people who are willing to get out there and do things and provide human like experiences, like the value of that stuff's only going to continue to rise. I know for me, like if I click on a YouTube video and I get presented with what is obviously an AI voice and some animation, like I immediately close it, turn it off. Like I just don't even want to engage with that kind of stuff. So I imagine I'm not the only one that feels that way. Funny how just a year ago we had to tell clients we were using AI for things we actually did manually because everyone wanted it. No, that's funny. Now people are quite the opposite. All right, I'm catching up on chat here. Have to input a search that's nearly the result to get an answer. What do you think about the cognitive atrophy that happens from excessive LLM use? That's a very good question, Tation. I think that it's a real problem, and I find myself asking, like, when we go through this, I think maybe you'll be thinking similar things to what I was thinking as I started using this. Is like, one, what's the path for junior devs getting into the field, especially whenever you have companies like Shopify? And I have a lot of friends that work at a lot of different companies, right? And I'm hearing the same thing from all of them. Like, the pressure to employ AI and use it is skyrocketing, and hiring is flatlining. And some are very just forthcoming with this. Shopify has publicly stated, like, they're not hiring people unless they absolutely have to. They are trying to solve all problems with AI. They are mandating that their employees can demonstrably prove that they are using these tools to accelerate their own work. It's just a crazy time to be in the field. And it's one of the reasons that I am putting a lot of work into trying to come up with alternative means of survival rather than relying on the field. And, I'm in a very fortunate position. I don't have a lot of the problems that people just coming into the field for the first time have. I have a reputation. I have a very large network. But I can't imagine not having it and trying to come into this field right now. But even somebody like me, like, I look at the future and I'm concerned. I'm like, I don't know. It's tough. But back to your question about cognitive atrophy, like, I think anybody who relies on this over, like, to an excessive extent, like, yeah, you're going to face that problem. And the reason I mentioned new people coming into this field, like, they're up against tooling that these CEOs or whoever's driving this decision making is trying to replace them with, and it's the possibility of using it to overcome that obstacle or threshold is going to be high. Like, people are going to tend to want to use the tool to get better and make themselves faster. And again, if you rely on it too much, like, all you're going to be is a prompt engineer, right? You're never going to develop those instincts or the intuitions or whatever that require years to really hone and perfect, so that you can be a really great engineer independent of the tool. And not only that, but make these kinds of tools ever more powerful. The one thing I've definitely observed is, like, these tools are certainly more powerful in the hands of someone experienced than they are a novice. So again, it's definitely, what's the word I'm looking for? The benefit is not balanced, right? It's top heavy. So it's interesting. I don't know if I really answer your question, Tation, but it's there. Like, which is why, even if you like, I watch these YouTube videos out there, like, this vibe coding craze, right? And maybe what I'm about to do, maybe some people will call vibe coding, but I don't look at it that way. Like, a lot of these people are just kind of taking what is handed to them and just using it. And I think that is definitely a way to just kind of decay in your capabilities. Like, if you are using these tools and you're not engaged with the output, going through it with a fine-tooth comb, correcting it where it needs correct, like, if you're not doing those things, then yeah, you're just going to accelerate that. And the same thing happens even before advent of AI. I mentioned how I have been in many positions where I was less hands-on than I used to be, right? And I had more junior developers reporting to me, more other kinds of developers. And whenever you're in a position like that, your time hands-on keyboard goes way down, right? I start spending a lot more time doing things like code reviews, one-on-ones, and discussions, like team discussions, planning exercises, project management, like, all these things you start doing a lot more of. Like, I was a staff engineer at a Silicon Valley company for a number of years, and the very next job I had was my first foray into engineering management. Actually, I had one foray before that, but the time hands-on keyboard went from 90% to like 10%. And I view that as very similar to the, like, if you were really invested in these tools and using these models to generate a lot of code, I think there's going to be a very similar phenomenon there, right? Where instead of kind of managing down to people and getting more people to do the work and scaling that way, you're doing it with these LLMs. And like, you're going to have to employ the same strategies to prevent that skill decay in yourself. So that's how I view rotation. Like, whenever I was doing more people management and less hands-on, like, I made sure I was in every single PR. I made sure that I was providing feedback, what I consider valuable feedback. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But I made sure that I was making that attempt and that I was understanding what was being shipped and all that stuff. And that's how I kind of kept my skills sharp. Had I not been doing that, and I was just like a task manager, and I was just, hey, you do this and ship it to production, and I removed myself from the life cycle of that software delivery, then my skills would have been decaying just as fast as I could with AI, right? Now it's become somewhat toxic, and we find ourselves saying we don't use it when we really do. How the tables have turned, right? I have no worries about the future. This is just a tool like a calculator. I use it as a teaching tool. I use it to learn VHDL, but that's all it can do. The AI boom gonna sink a lot of big companies, no doubt. I completely agree with you, Arthur, but I do think that it will change. It's going to change the field, just like the calculator changed mathematics, right? Like, it's just going to change what people are focused on, like what they need to retain in their head to be effective at the job. It's not going to replace people long term. Right now, I think it is because companies are insane. But long term, I think you'll see this equalize again. But it's definitely going to change productivity and what's important to keep in the mental, in your mind. I think people can be more productive with it, just like people could solve equations faster with a calculator than they could without it, right? Same type of thing. But anyway, let's take a look at what I've been doing. What was it? Okay, only 6. We got some time yet. I just realized that I think my keyboard carries through. I usually don't type a whole lot. So let me try something real quick, and you'll have to tell me if you're getting keyboard feedback, because I got a clickety-clackety keyboard. Actually, not too clickety-clackety, but it's too clickety-clackety for my mic. But I have a noise gate here. I'm just going to try to turn it up just a little bit. Let's see if I can prevent that from being a problem. Can you hear my... Oops. Could you hear the keyboard just then? And more importantly, can you still hear me? You could hear the keyboard? Test. Testing. Testing. Dial. Okay. All right, I think that's good. Let me know if I start cutting out. I'm not seeing it pick up the keys, though. Okay, it's too high. Okay. Well, I'll just try to type softly. Hopefully not. I put it back to where it was at now. All right. The first thing I added to my repertoire here is something called CC Manager. I don't know if you heard about this, but so CC Manager, I don't know if you've heard of Claude Code, but Claude is this command line utility, and you got them from a lot of the LLMs right now. Like Gemini provides one of these. OpenAI provides one called Codex, and Claude provides this one called Claude Code, and it's just a command line based tool for interacting with the LLM in a code base primarily. And so there's that. Now what this tool does, CC Manager, is it allows you to orchestrate multiple of these things so that they're working in parallel, right? Because if you're just dealing with one here, like hello, you know, it's you're single threaded. You know, you can be doing one thing at a time. But CC Manager allows you to spin up as many as you want and kind of have them working in the background on things. The other thing that CC Manager does is it does Git work trees. So you can actually have multiple branches checked out at the same time. Anybody who's unfamiliar with GitHub is the source control system that we have. So I'm on this thing called Unhinged app. So what I'm working on is a platform for our gaming community. This is something I've started a while back, and I'm just started getting a lot more serious about. So I'm on the main branch right now, and if you just look at the branches that we have, now you'll see I have main and then something called chapter pages. Those are the two branches that we have. Now normally, like if I would check one out, I'm now on a different branch, but I can't see, you know, if I look at the files here, I'm going to see one set. If I check out main branch, which is, you know, the main kind of root, and I do an ls, I'm going to see a lot more files. Chapter pages is an older branch. Now, so that's how it works. But you can do things like work trees, where you can map a branch to another directory. So CC Manager automates that so that each LLM could be working on its own branch independent of all the other LLMs doing their thing. So they're not stepping on each other and clobbering each other, right? So that's a very useful thing that it does. Now, what else do I want to talk about with my setup? The other thing to keep in mind is I am using something called Linear for project management. It's just a basic Kanban board. If anybody's familiar with those, you can track what you want to do, right? So I have this org service ticket where I was creating something that I'm calling the organization service. It's really just to track OUs, organizational units, within this application that I'm building. And I have a user service ticket, and I have a character service ticket. These are all things that are going to be part of the platform. These are kind of the domain models that are going to go into the application I'm building. As for the art thing, I remember when DJing became big, all the musicians were in arms, but after time, people realized it wasn't really a threat. Same here. There's a guy called Skybrows on YouTube that proves this perfectly. Don't approach the music vid comparing it to human work. Instead, appreciate it for something different. Interesting. That's a good point, Aether. An interesting point. Like, and to your point, there are some things that I would accept AI to generate for me. DJing is actually a really good example, right? Like, prior to things like Pandora, most playlists or stations were human curated. You know, you would listen to the local radio station, Wink 104 or whatever's in your area, and it was a human curating that song list. Pandora is the first thing I was aware of that, you know, brought algorithms to this, and I loved it. I accepted it. There's no problem. But I think everybody's going to draw that line in different places. For me, like, yeah, there's video content on YouTube is not something I'm interested in watching, like a robot's. Maybe someday I will. Like right now, I feel like it's just a little too early in the process because there's just a lot of inaccuracies in a lot of the stuff. But to your point about it being a tool, that's really on the shoulders of the person using it as a tool and just accepting what's thrown at them versus providing some of that human curation. So anyway, these are 3 of the initial services that I'm building as part of this platform. And then obviously I'm using GitHub. I have a repo here that all the code resides in. Pull request is the important thing. This is where code is coming into that wants to be contributed to this project. So that's kind of tone. Now this org service is the thing that I was working on over the break. And this is the very first thing that I used AI very heavily to help myself build, and much of it was done in the background, async, without me observing every movement. This was the first time that I really tried treating AI as a junior dev and less like a tool alongside me and more of like a dev that I'm managing. And if you look at the repository, we're going to go into this org service worker that it had built, and you'll see some of the code that it produced. We got an OU. This is kind of the meat and potatoes of what it built. This is where it's providing all the functions for interacting with this this model, which again is an organizational unit or an OU. The code's fairly clean. I did review this, all of it. There's some things that are not perfect, but like it's definitely something that I would accept from a junior dev on the team. Now, it's got working tests, so I can run npm test on this thing, and I probably didn't install. Because I was actually doing a lot of this on my laptop. That proves this perfectly. Don't approach the music vid comparing it to human work. Instead, appreciate it for something different. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a new comment. Oh, look at that. Very interesting. I ran this on my laptop and it all passed. Return something. Like or glob pattern too complex. Well, we're gonna have to come back to that. Actually, let's have We'll come back to that, but we're not going to do it right now. I just wanted to kind of show you that the code that was produced from my first time around. Now, we're going to produce a new set of code. I want to develop this user service. And the funny thing is that this issue that we're looking at right now, it goes into great detail on what we want. Create a user service that will persist user profile data. When a user logs in for the first time via a social login, a profile will be created. We're going to build this as a Cloudflare worker backed by durable objects or SQLite, exposed via Cloudflare's RPC capabilities, the worker entry point pattern. For anybody who's not familiar with Cloudflare, it is a platform similar to AWS. Maybe I didn't pull the latest commit. Yeah, I am on the latest commit. We'll get back to that. But Cloudflare is a cloud platform similar to AWS. Witnessing Gorilla 2.0, there you go. Yeah, I'm evolving here. That's what's happening. So I'm using this to host my app on. Cloudflare is very, I think it's a more modern approach than what AWS takes in a lot of respects. A lot of people get into the Cloudflare umbrella by using it for edge protection. So Cloudflare has a very large edge network that it can use to protect your sites from DDoS attacks, that kind of thing. So even people who are on AWS or some like Google Compute or anything like that, a lot of people will use Cloudflare just for edge protection. But Cloudflare actually provides a lot of its own compute and platform technologies. And it specializes in getting that stuff as close to the edge as possible. So a worker is, you can kind of think of it as Cloudflare's version of an EC2 instance. But instead of running a full virtual machine, it runs a very kind of low overhead runtime that is capable of running JavaScript, Rust, or I think Python is in beta. So, and again, they're not full VMs. They're not even containers. They're even higher level than that. But so Cloudflare calls them workers, and you can develop a worker, deploy it there, and they have a lot of other things too. They have things called durable objects, which are basically like a fancier worker that have local storage associated with them. Anyway. We'll get into explaining more of this as we need to for explaining whatever the heck we're doing. Yeah, there you go. Workers. So that's what we're using. Now, I don't think this is something to overlook either, because I think one of the things that helped me be productive with this, like right out of the bat, is that I have a lot of this information and like I already know how I want to build this application that I'm building. Like I could imagine myself coming in to this as a junior and not knowing that I want to build this on Cloudflare, and I don't know what transports I want to use, and I don't know how I want to structure my API, and I don't know exactly what models I'm going to need. And, not knowing a lot of those things, I think, you might have a very different experience, but I kind of already know all those things. I'm very, like, that is a skill set I have. I have the ability to look 2 years down the road, and I know exactly what I want my application to look like in 2 years. I know how I want to evolve it to get there, and so on and so forth. And so I'm able right out of the gate to kind of teach the AI, train the models to do the things that I want to do, and I know where I want to go. So that helps. This is super interesting. It's always good to see an experienced professionals process many things. Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting, but also shows me how little I know about computers and coding. Just a gamer, I can't even turn them. That's all right. I'm going to try to keep this at a level where you can at least follow along, Carbide. So, like, when I am saying certain things and you don't get them, don't worry about it. Like, I'll probably circle back in some way that connects the dots after I've kind of gone down the road a little ways. So just hold on. The really interesting thing is coming. I'm just kind of setting up at the moment. So then I have a scope here, you know, talks what's in scope for this ticket, the tasks that are going to be carried out, what has not been decided on the architecture yet, what the criteria for making those decisions is, what operations I want this service to support, what the considerations are on how to support those operations, and then I also have, since this is a user service, I also talk about the user login flow and considerations for reacting to the logins, and you know, there's some local development considerations to be made, and then testing and documentation. I have all that on this ticket. And what is really interesting thing is that Claude helped me write this ticket. It wasn't even all me writing this ticket. I kind of stepped through it with Claude. I have not done that yet on the character service ticket. This is a blank ticket. So we're going to walk through that process too on how to generate this ticket, or how I did it with Claude. But we're going to do that while Claude is working on the user service ticket. So first we're going to get Claude working on this. Then we're going to go and get Claude to help us write the next ticket. And then we're going to have Claude work on that. And we're going to kind of watch and see how this all evolves. And we're going to see the code that Claude sends in and how I review that code and how I get that into production. I don't understand why people develop their infrastructure against proprietary services like AWS or Cloudflare APIs. You're locked in and dependent forever. I'm okay with that, MMK. I completely understand where you're coming from. And if I was building this for a business, like, I'm not going to mention where I'm working right now, but if I was building this for them, I would not make this decision. And for most corporations that I have worked for, I would not make this kind of decision. I would tend to go multi-cloud at minimum, so that you're running in a way that is agnostic for any one cloud and something that is portable between them. Yeah, exactly. Real dad chef. Hey, man. How you doing, bud? You getting ready for the trees tonight? You coming out with cloud agnostic makes me think you're a dev too. I didn't know that. Real Dad Chef is some of our competition in dev of 10 years. There you go. He's some of our Pax Dei competition. Glad to have you here, bud. I look forward to kicking your ass tonight. Anyway. So to your point, I'm okay, but this is a project I'm doing for myself in my own time. I just want to get this out as fast as humanly possible. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, the other thing with knowing how to make the right decisions is when it's okay to cut corners and when it's not. And right now it's okay. If I could launch this app at all in the next year, I'm doing amazing. There's nobody funding this. It's just me and my personal time, and so I'm gonna make decisions to minimize my work. You know, it's more complicated to go cloud agnostic. So anyway, so here we are. We're gonna go back to Claude Code now, and what we're gonna do is we are going to spin up a new work tree. Can you guys see the text, or do I need to make this a little bigger? Let me try building this up. Is that easier to read? I don't know what this looks like wherever you're watching it, so. So we're gonna spin up a new work tree. We're gonna base it off our main branch. We're gonna create a new branch. I'm gonna call this, what am I building? I'm building the user service. We're gonna say, user service init. That's what we're gonna call the branch. We're going to copy all the Claude stuff from our main branch. That's all the settings and stuff that we have for Claude. I'm like the permissions we've given it, all that kind of stuff. We just duplicated that over to this new work tree. So now we have two work trees. We have our main work tree and we have this user service and network tree. We're going to go into here and then we're going to get a Claude prompt that is specific to this work tree, right? That's not going to clobber the other work trees and stuff that we got going on. And we're going to say, hey, Claude. Go back here real quick. UH22 is the ticket here. I want you to pick up the linear issue. UH22. And start working on it. I have this tasks set up in kind of the order that I would want to see it do this stuff. So I'm gonna tell it that. All right, there we go. Pretty, so it's asking for permission here to fetch the linear issue. Prior to this, I've already installed the MVC service that allows Claude to connect to linear so that it can read stuff directly from it. Interesting. Looks like I might be having trouble reading from linear. I'm going to interrupt this real quick and just check my MVC. Sorry, MCP. And it's saying I don't have any configured. Interesting. Thought I already done this. Give me 1 second. Problem when you're working across your laptop and your workstation, you start to lose track of what's done where. So, just to, I'm going to go back to our list here. I'm just going to delete this thing. I'm going to quit this for now. Going to run this command, which just adds the whoops. Copy and paste the wrong thing. Oh no, just Claude, not Codex. Yeah, it is there. What the hell? Okay, it's authenticated. Let's try this again. Double check on. All right, it's connected. Cool. All right, let's do that new work tree again. Okay, that's weird. I wasn't seeing that behavior before, but when I fork it, it's not bringing the MPCP server with it. That's okay. We're just gonna skip grabbing it from Linear because luckily, if you look at GitHub, Linear replicates its issues to GitHub. So we already have this issue in GitHub, which Claude can see natively, and it has all the same information that it has in Linear. Whatever. The ticket here is number 10. Claude. Pick up. Issue number 10 and start working on it. Pay attention to the thoughts on SC already getting ready to test 4.6? Night vision inbound, it seems. I think it's important that they get 4.6 out the door. Watching someone vibe code on Twitch. I take offense to the word vibe coding, but we'll get to that MMK. Yeah, I mean, they need to get 4.6 work going. I mean, the game's in a questionable state at the moment, and I think when 4.6 lands, we'll see. We'll see that. No, it's all good, MMK. I don't know what emoji you use there. On my screen, it looked like a vomit, but that's funny. Gotta help, but thanks for the stream, Grillo. I'll catch the VOD later, dude. Thanks for stopping by, Aether. Night vision's gonna be cool. I'm excited for night vision. It's gonna be cool to see how they implement that. What else is big in 4.6? I looked at the patch notes that came across on Discord. There wasn't a whole ton that looked like big. This will be the first time I've seen Sig join patch drops this early in the year. Good sign, yeah. Normally they're normally January is just lost for them. That's kind of their big planning month, so I wasn't actually expecting anything this fast or this soon either. So it's good to see. Hopefully they still got the planning and all that stuff wrapped up by the end of January, and they can really be firing all cylinders come February. But yeah, it'll be a good sign. This is going to be a crazy interesting year with Squadron 42. The there's so much going on, and like the fact that Squadron 42 is slated to ship this year, which I'm guessing is going to be right before the holiday patch. But it means that Star Citizen has to be in one hell of a state. As I've said before, like Star Citizen needs to be in a pretty playable state to really capitalize on the benefits of launching Squadron 42. So, oh man. And just think about a year from now, hopefully we have Planet Tech V5, we've got crafting, we've got the inventory rework, we've got, it sounds like crafting systems are going to be really contingent upon the inventory rework. Man, there's so much coming this year. Now this is interesting. Its first question is, see how it presented like multiple things for consideration here: storage, user data, conflicts, deletion. And it's asking me clarifying questions for each one of these things. So first it's saying, for storage architecture, ADR, org service uses durable objects with embedded SQLite, singleton pattern. Should I follow the same pattern, or do you want a fresh evaluation considering user service specific needs? I definitely do not want to follow the same pattern. The org service, I followed this pattern because I expect very few OUs in this application. I expect potentially a lot of user data in this application, so the storage concerns are completely different. So I'm going to say fresh evaluation needed. Conduct full analysis of DOD1, blah, blah, blah. So let's do that. For user data, what social login providers should be supported and what user data should be captured on the first login. So it's acting like it needs the user service to provide the login capability, and that is not it at all. I've already got the authentication working for this project. I'm using Auth0 for authentication, so I'm going to tell it that. We're going to do the type something else. I'm already using Auth0 for social authentication. The user service will just need to accept profile data from the authentication process. It does not need to do any authentication. The only social login we support today is Discord. Conflicts. For the existing email but different provider edge case, how should the service handle account conflicts? Block duplicates, support account linking, auto merge silently. Let's say account linking. Sounds good. Usually be soft deleted, soft delete absolutely. I don't want to do hard deletes. All right. So we've answered his clarifying questions. We're going to submit them. Now it starts just chewing up tokens and costing money, but that's all right because I got the big fat plan. So while it's working on this, let's go start our next issue. We're going to exit from there. We're going to go back. You can see, oh, it's waiting. No, it's not waiting. Thing seems to have some issues. It's supposed to give you an indicator here for each work tree, like whether it's waiting for input, it's idle, it's busy. This should be busy right now, but because it's actively doing things. But whatever. It was working on the Mac, not so much on Windows. Claude just had an update though, so it's possible I need to update CC Manager. We'll see. Anyway, we're gonna go back here because I know MCP working on the main branch, so we're gonna use this Claude code to start working on the next issue. It's character service that we need to flush out, right? So we're gonna come in here and we're gonna say, I need to flush out the UH23 What was that other ticket for the user service? 22. There we go. Let's see what. Keep in mind, our ticket is empty at the moment. Yeah, don't ask again. Go ahead and query the linear server. All right, so now I have this thing working on that ticket. I have this thing asking for some input here. So this thing is creating a storage architecture markdown file. User service needs a storage solution for persisting user profiles and provider identity data. This service will store user profile data, name, email, avatar, etc., support account linking, handle first login, profile creation from Auth0 Discord, provide CRUD operations via RPC. We evaluated 3 Cloudflare storage options as specified in issue 10. Decision drivers, it's just outlining the ones I already gave it. Options considered, so consider durable objects with embedded SQLite. Singleton pattern, gave some pros and cons for that. Option 2, DI, which is managed SQLite, Cloudflare's managed SQLite database, access from worker code, pros and cons, give details on that. I want to jump ahead to see what its decision was before I come back and maybe look at these. Option 3, hybrid DO for hot data, D1 for cold historical data. Decision, we will use durable objects with embedded SQLite, singleton pattern. Oh my gosh. I do not want it to do this. Consistently with the org service. Same name pattern produces cognitive load and enables code sharing. Strong consistency. Efficient scale. 10 gigabyte limit. Supports millions of user records. Local development. The reason I do not want it to use the singleton pattern and durable objects is because then I can't attach any external tooling to the SQL database. Everything would have to go through the DO. Wild stream you just joined. And I don't want to have to code everything. I want to be able to use SQL tooling to do some of this stuff. Cloudflare also provides ways for throwing SQLite changes onto streams for notifying other services whenever records change and that kind of stuff. I want access to all that kind of stuff. So, and to be fair, I didn't tell Claude any of that ahead of time. So I'm going to say do you want to create I'm going to go ahead and let it. It's just asking for permission to create the file. It's not asking for my approval on the choice. It was my fault in the earlier thing. I should have done option 3 and told it that was off the table, but it's fine. This will be the first time I've seen Sig doing, but yep. Mackie Mus, thanks for coming out, man. I might sound totally unhinged, but I've never been enjoying SC even during the holidays. Oh, but I've even been enjoying SC during the holidays. Really? Has the server's been working better, Mackie? Last time I was in, it was terrible. Mostly the inventory and just input latency, though. It wasn't anything beyond that. If they get Dynamic Mesh basic version plus Planet V5 in by June, it will set them up to really start ramping up good contents and features quicker, assuming things are working well. I expect we're going to get iterative Dynamic Server Mesh stuff throughout the year, kind of sprinkled. It's not going to be an all at once bang, but I definitely think by the end of the year, we're going to have a lot of things happening dynamically that were static. This is more comments than anything I've seen put into production. Yeah, right? So it's working. We're going to back and check on our user service ticket. Sorry. Just asking for permissions. Done. I've updated UH23 with a comprehensive description following UH22 format. Here's what the ticket now includes. Let's just go look at the ticket. And you can see our character service ticket now has a whole lot of things going on. Let's take a look. Create a character service that will persist player character data. Characters are the in-game personas that users create and play as with the Unhinged Gaming platform. Technical approach. Build as Cloudflare worker backed by durable objects with embedded SQLite. It really wants to keep using durable objects. We're going to change that. Exposed via Cloudflare's RPC capabilities. Worker entry point path. Follows the established patterns from org service and users. This is definitely, you can see how like these LLMs can begin to reinforce their opinions. This epic covers the full character persistence layer from schema design through implementation and testing. Find data model for characters, scaffold character, service worker, CRUD operations, query operations by user, by org, test, implement character flow, produce docs. That all looks legit. The tasks are deliver deployable but minimal worker that can receive RPC calls and respond. Initialize the worker project with Wrangler, configure Wrangler, set up. Wrangler is just a technology that Cloudflare uses for managing workers. Set up the RPC entry point using the worker class pattern to find a public. Configure the durable object binding. Implement character architecture. So we have a consuming worker here that pulls in the character service, and then it can do stuff which calls via the RPC binding to the worker entry point. And then this has it going to an embedded SQLite within a durable object. That's the part we want to change. Here's our data model. What data model did it come with? ID, user ID, organization ID, name, slug, avatar URL, bio, metadata. Okay, that's all fine. One thing it did not have here, which is fair because, and maybe we're just going to let it there for now. Because the thing we don't have is, actually we do. Hold on, I got to think about this. The org ID is going to be an OU, and within this platform, chapters or games that we play are going to be organizational units. And so we will be able to marry what game a character belongs to just through the org ID. So that works. I was thinking we were going to need a separate game ID, but we don't. Past me already thought about that. To be honest, they were okay considering the load. Mackie, can you actually buy things from shop terminals at the moment? Considerations. Should slugs be unique globally per user per org? Maximum characters per user limit. Character active status for default selection. Operations, that all makes sense. Query operations, that's fine. Code considerations. The rest of this is just kind of copy and paste from the last ticket that we did. We're going to create a README, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I really want to derail it from using a durable object. So we're going to say that was a one-off decision for the org service. Let's use the worker to D1 pattern. D1 is their hosted SQLite. We can cache as needed using KV to accelerate hot path requests. KV is a local cache to the worker. Okay. Please update the ticket accordingly. So it should redo the architecture, the textual architecture diagram, and some other stuff. Let's go check on what the other worker's doing. Looks like it already wrote some tests and it wants permission to run this test. Go ahead. Run your test. I'm looking forward to get back in there. Mackie, before you came along, I was saying that we were supposed to have a staged fleet battle with another organization. But we actually delayed that, hopefully until the next patch. Just because of the stability. I'm hearing that anything more than like 4 capital ships on screen is problematic for the game servers at the moment. So we are gonna punt our staged capital fleet battle because our goal was 10v10, 10 capital ships versus 10 capital ships. But I think we're gonna hold off until 4.6 to see if we can run that better in 4.6 because the goal is to stream and record it and all that stuff. It's gonna be us versus Shadow Moses. Really looking forward to that whenever we kick that off. Is it, sir? This is just chatting, and everything here looks like if I see it on my PC, I should turn it off and freeze my bank accounts. Hey, I'm just showing what I was doing over the break with Claude. All right, Claude said it's done. He's updated this ticket. Let's see what it's got. Scaffold character service worker. KV caching for hot path request. That was a Clover worker backed by D1. Managed SQLite. Thank you. The diagram is updated. We now have a consuming worker going to character service. Here's our logic. It's going to either the KV cache for the hot path or to D1 managed SQLite. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Fantastic. Like our data model hasn't changed. Again, remember this is MVP. We're just wanting something that we can start putting some stuff in, and this looks good enough. We can always expand that later. Looks like it even added this. We didn't have that before. Yeah, this looks good. Okay. User service. What's going on over here? We might want to install some new packages. Yeah, all your packages. All right, so the linear ticket is now updated. Remember the linear integration is not working on the Claude fork, so I'm gonna go check out GitHub. We should have the character service issue here. Has not yet been freaking lovely. I'm gonna have to do that manually. All right, that looks good. Except for that. Oh well. Now I'm going to spin up a new work tree. We're going to call this the character service. Let's run some Wrangler stuff. I gotta go through and like fine tune some of these permissions on the root project because it inherits all these permissions. A lot of the stuff I just don't want. Actually, I could do that right now. One nice thing is let's do. So right now I'm in the root. If I look back here, I can see the different work trees that it's working on. So I can look at the user service work tree, and I can look at the local settings for that one, and I can see all the permissions that we granted it in that session. And then I can edit the main branch. I can just kind of paste these in and get rid of the duplicates. Down to... There we go. I can now... There you go. So now in the future it won't ask for those permissions again. Okay. Well. Oh, this is the user service thing. Okay. All 50 tests passed. Now let me update the to-dos and write the README documentation. Now I'll create the README documentation for the user service. Write the README. Let me verify the TypeScript types. Everything compiles correctly. It does that. Blah. Summary. So it created workers user service. It created the storage architecture, MD. Created a README. It created the types, schema, user store. Looks good. Modify these files. I don't know why it does that separately from new files. But whatever. Featured implemented. So we got our create, read, update, delete. With restore capability. Provider identity management. We got link, unlink. I look forward to seeing what its implementation looks like there. Got 50 tests for test coverage. And it shows the durable objects, which we do not want, but let's go look to see what it came up with before we tell it to refactor that. Understandable, last fleet battle I stood on the bridge of Polaris for 3 hours. Epic stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the role I enjoy, Mackie. People ask me about PvP and Star Citizen. I am not a fighter pilot type of PvPer in Star Citizen. I am definitely a bridge PvPer in Star Citizen. No, this looks like you're about to call me about having a very compelling police case against me and you need Apple gift cards to help the detective. Sorry, Gizzet. I will not be doing that. But I can understand how you might think that. I'm feeling a bit sad for Pax Dei when I watch this. Why do you feel bad for Pax Dei? Trees are starting to spawn now. I'll be in there fighting soon. All right. Let's go look at the PR. Should have a pull request. We don't have a pull request. What the heck? I told it to put one in. All right. No, I'm going to be a little more passive aggressive. I'm a nomad. I don't play the game. I just wander between potential adventures. That's fair. Makes me think of the dev work and how that game had potential, and I'm pretty sure EA released to Steam was its death knell. You had to sell me whatever this is you're doing. What is it? So over the holiday break visit, I spent a lot of time kind of taking another look at how I could use AI models in my workflow. And I came to the realization that if I treated them as junior devs instead of a tool that I rely on, that I could get behind it a little bit better. And so I'm trying to show how I am doing that. I really don't trust LLMs all that much yet. So this is how I'm approaching it as somebody who doesn't trust them all that much. And yeah, just for fun. I'm working on the Unhinged Gaming platform. This is a web application and backend that I'm standing up to eventually offer new tools and interfaces for our gamers. It's kind of a paradox treating AI like you would a human. Exactly, Carbide. But that's exactly what it takes, I believe. So this stuff is what you do when building backend stuff. So I'm only know my wife's backend. I'm a front. I am a in front of people type person in my work life. Yeah, This is the backend stuff, is it? Although it's very different than it was 2 years ago. I'll tell you that, or 3 years ago. And that's another reason that I have been forcing myself to reevaluate how I use this tooling in my workflow, is because if I think about when Copilot was introduced by GitHub 4 years ago and how it was basically a glorified autocomplete and it was pretty bad at that for its hallucinations and everything, and I compare it to what its capabilities are now, that's a pretty long way to go in 4 years. And so I got to think, like, where are we going to be in another 2? Like, I feel like if I'm not at least trying to make as much use as I can out of this tooling now, like, I'm just going to get... I'll be doing myself a disservice in my career, basically. All right, we got a PR. Should have one open now. Let's refresh this page. There we go. It opened as PR. Now here's where things get interesting, right? Claude Code has... Finally, things are getting interesting. Claude Code has opened a PR, like a human being would, to add code to this project. We all know that AI code is rife with problems and hallucinations and everything else, and so how do we mitigate that? The answer is more AI. So what I have done in this project and this repository is I've introduced more AIs to act as code reviewers. So when I open this pull request, you'll see Copilot is a reviewer. So this does not use the Claude Code LLM. This uses the OpenAI LLM. It uses the Codex LLM, actually. I believe 5.1 Codex Max is what this is using. And it's got this little yellow thing because we're awaiting a requested review from Copilot. You can see the nice description it gave us here, although it ignored some things. I like examples in my pull request, and I thought I told it to do that. If you look at my claude.md file, this is where you set up like this kind of universal instructions for your agent. And under workflow, I said, when you open a pull request, be sure to move the corresponding linear blah. When you open PRs, be sure to include light documentation of the associated feature or service along with usage examples. It did not do that. I gotta figure out why. Can you update the PR description to include usage examples like I requested in the claude.md file? Please. What's up, Fault? Yeah, it's going. Alright, back to the PR. While it works on that, we have a pending review from Copilot. We also have a Greptile review coming in. Greptile is another PR provider backed by LLMs, and Claude Code is going to review it itself, like a separate instance of Claude Code. And I'm using the 4.5 Opus LLM on Claude to do that. Greptile uses a combination. Greptile, my understanding is it uses input from OpenAI, Gemini, and Claude. Disappointingly, Claude came back already with its review and said no issues found. They checked for bugs and Claude MD compliance and found no issues. That's a little disappointing on Claude's part. Maybe it stopped when it hit along with. There we go. It listened to me and it added some usage examples. So now we can see how to incorporate this, how to bind to the service from other workers in the wrangler.json. We have how to handle auth0 Discord login, where we get the result back from the authentication service. We get the auth user object, which is something that we are getting. Oh, never mind. So the auth user object, we already have. It's assuming we already have that, because I did tell it that we're getting that from another thing. But it's telling us how to use the user service handle first login method and pass that information in properly. That's a good example. How to query for users, get by ID, get by email, get with identifiers. That looks cool. How to update a profile. Got to pass in the user ID and give it its new fields. Account linking. How to link. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Looks like a barrel of fun. Yeah. Cool. And then how to delete and restore users. That'll make sense. Now, we haven't even looked at the code ourselves yet. I don't understand anything, but it's cool enough to chill and listen to. I feel like I need to live closer to you when the robots take over. All right, we now have a review from Copilot, and we're still waiting on one from Greptile. Interestingly, Copilot usually finds quite a bit. It's only found one issue. It says the provider email field in first login request should be optional, using the optional indicator syntax instead of being a required field with the type string or null. Currently, TypeScript requires callers to explicitly pass null or a string value, but the test and usage show it should be optional. Callers can omit it entirely. Change the type definition to provider email. Cool. So we got some legitimate feedback from Copilot. Still waiting on Greptile. While we wait on Greptile, let's go take a look at what this code looks like. So this is the architecture decision. That's just a big giant readme. We're not going to look at that yet. User service index.ts. So this is the worker. You can see it's extending the worker entry point, and it's providing all the methods, all the RPC methods that we want: the get by ID, get by email. Now it's using a similar pattern to what I used at the org service, where this is basically a wrapper around a store, where each method here, the first thing it does is gets the store, and then it calls the method on the store. This is not a terrible strategy or indirection. It kind of decouples the RPC specifics from the way the store handles the implementation. So these are all very thin functions. Again, this is just a wrapper around the store. So let's continue to look at, well, here's the schema. This is just a very simple, it's got a users table and a provider entities table. So this supports linking, right? That's why it has a provider entities table. It's allowing multiple social login providers to link to one user profile. That's what's going on there, which makes sense. And then it's got some indexes. It's indexing on deleted it, so that you cannot have oh no, it's filtering the email index. So that's going to make it so that you can have multiple copies of a deleted user with the same email address, but only one not deleted, which makes sense. Now we get down to the types. This is just the TypeScript types. There's really not a whole lot. This is where Copilot had its little nitpick, you can see. Now let's look at the user store. This is going to be the meat and potatoes of this PR. And it's using a durable object. Oh yeah, okay, this is why I did the wrapper approach. And again, we don't want a durable object from this. We want this going directly to D1. So we're going to have it refactor this, but it looks fairly self-explanatory. If you don't know anything about durable objects, Cloudflare allows you to fetch durable objects by ID, and each durable object has its own in-process SQLite store that you can kind of use without even thinking about it. So each one of these methods, get by ID, you can see it's coming up with the query. Select star from users, select star from users where ID equals and deleted as null. Oh, okay. It's coming up with one of two potential queries based on whether we pass an option in that says include deleted. So by default, it's going to omit deleted. It executes the SQL query against itself. Because again, the SQLite database is embedded in a durable object. And then it returns the thing. These are very straightforward looking functions. Normalized email. So it's lowercasing and trimming emails that it's using for get. These are pretty standard input sanitizations going on. The user get by identifier just does this get by ID, which is assembling up to here. So this is get by identifier. It's just an alias to get by ID. Sorry, it's not an alias. It gets the user by the ID. Oh, get with identities. It's making get by ID and get with identities because it's got to do an additional query. So it's doing that for performance reasons. If you don't need the identities, it'll just do a single table read instead of two table reads. But as you can see, the code is not terrible. Smart person stuff, I can feel my forehead expanding by the second. Reading all that would make my eyes bleed. Well, this is what it takes, Ark, to build the console. The point here is that if you could imagine the code that a junior would provide you when giving an abstract task like this, it would not be significantly better. This is all fairly straightforward. There's nothing super squirrely going on here. It said all the tests are passing. We can verify that by going to the user service branch that it created. Whoops, and we can go to the workers, user service, and we can run npm test. Does all the tests pass? It is correct. It has 50 passing tests. Which is more than I would have probably written to start. Delete function. This is always a tricky one. It first looks to see if it's only accepting a delete by ID. It makes sure the ID exists. If not, it just returns if it does. It's a now string, and it does an update on the users to set deleted to true instead of actually deleting the record, because we said we wanted soft deletes. That makes sense. As a restore function. List is just another way of... list allows us to get all the users. This is going to be a problem. So it is assuming a fairly small data set here, right? Now this, like if you're just a vibe coder and you're just in here asking AI to build you stuff and you're just kind of accepting everything it throws at you, this is the kind of stuff that's going to trip you up. This is going to be okay if you have 100 users. It's not going to be okay if you have 10,000 users. Because now this list command is going to bring back all 10,000 users at once, and your network pipes are going to get clogged up. Your web application is going to respond like shit. You're going to have like a 20-second page load time. The amount of time that your user's browser spends like decoding the JSON blob is going to be like your Chrome browser is probably just going to sit there and lock up and tell you the tab's not responding. It's going to ask you to code it. So these kind of mistakes, again, some vibe coder might not catch this kind of stuff. I really don't even know what the definition of vibe coding is, so I'm just assuming it means somebody that's coding that doesn't know what they're doing, but who knows? I could be wrong. So I'm going to leave a comment here. I'm going to say this will not scale well. This would, and keep in mind, this is the exact same feedback I would give a junior developer on my team. This would be fine for 100 users, not fine for 10,000. Okay. Let's see. Get identity by provider. That looks fine. Get identity by user ID. Get identities. Okay, I was going to say. So the get identity by provider, that is you're passing in a provider and a user ID. I see. So I'm going to specify Discord here, and I'm going to specify the Discord ID, and I'm going to get back. No. I'm just going to get the provider identity information. I'm not going to get the user. Okay, whatever. Link provider. Okay. I'm not going to go step by step to the rest of this. You get the idea. It's fairly sane. What else was interesting? Maybe the user store test. This is going to be a ton of code. As you can see, it chose VI test to write. It's that's a framework that it's using to write the test, and it's writing the test so that it's looks like it's first creating test and create. Should create a user. It runs store.create request, so it's passing an email, name, avatar, and then it does it's verifying that it returns the user that just created, and it has an ID. It's expecting the ID to be defined because that's one of the things that's going to be created during the process. Actually, that's a good question. How does it generate the user IDs? I didn't even look at that. Where's the create method? Here we go. ID. Excellent. It's using a UUID. I was hoping it wasn't doing like a database incrementing ID or something like that. I wanted it to use a UID, so it's already done that. That's great. Cool. We got a bunch of stuff. All right. If I were not on stream and I were doing this myself, I would probably spend a little bit more time reviewing each of these things, but you get the idea of what my process is. So that was the only feedback I had for now. I'm going to submit my review. However, see the comment below. And also, I do not want us to use the durable object pattern for storage here. I want the worker to go to D1. Cloudflare's managed SQL Lite offering. All right. I'm going to submit the review. So now I have a review. We already had a review from... We got a lot of reviews now. Claude reviewed itself. It found no issues, of course. That's not always the case, though. Copilot reviewed it. It had one piece of feedback. And then Greptile came in and reviewed it. Greptile gives you a big overview. It explains what the PR tries to do. Probably more useful if humans are opening PRs than machines, because the machine's already kind of done this, but multiple perspectives is good, as you'll see. Critical issues found. I have found Greptile to be pretty good at catching things that the other LLMs have not, by the way. Deleted user login failure. The handle first login method fails when the user with an existing provider identity is soft deleted. When the deleted user tries to log back in, the code throws user for existing identity not found because it doesn't check for deleted users. This breaks the expected user experience where someone who deleted their account should be able to return. Interesting. Good catch. Impact high. Users cannot recover their accounts after deletion, even though soft delete is supposed to be reversible. Okay, good catch. Provider identity orphaning. When a user is soft deleted, their provider identities remain in the database with the unique constraint intact. The link provider method doesn't consider deleted users, so these orphaned identities permanently block the deleted user from logging back in, blah, blah, blah. Okay, good catch. Empty identity list handling. The unlinked provider method throws a misleading error when called on a user with 0 provider identities, which can happen if a user is created via direct create call, which I would probably do. The error says cannot unlink the only provider entity when there are actually no identities. Impact low. Edge case affecting only users created without providers. Not a typical flow. That's good analysis. Style and maintenance issues. Email index case sensitivity. The unique index on email is case sensitive. Using queries, use lower, creating mismatch schemas. That's a good point. Email addresses should not be case sensitive. Good catch. Missing pagination. Test coverage gaps. Deleted user attempting to log back in. Okay, so it found the things that I already talked about below. So this is a pretty good PR review. Greptel gives you a confidence score. Confidence score is only 2 out of 5 on this PR. PR has critical authentication bugs that will break user login flows when soft deleted. Users try to return, not safe to merge. As you can see, I didn't catch that. Score of 2 reflects 2 critical. Of course, I didn't go through it with quite the fine-tooth comb that I normally would, so. And then it also rates it on by file. So the schema.ts gives a 3 out of 5. The database schema has case-sensitive email index. Good point, which lowers the confidence there. The index file and the types file has high confidence on, 5 out of 5. The user store is 3 out of 5. Comprehensive 50 test cases covering most functionality, but missing critical edge cases. That's why it lowered its confidence there. And of course, the user store has a 2 out of 5 because of the handle first login bug. This thing's interesting because it also does sequence diagrams. If you've never seen these are glorious, fun things to look at. I'm not going to go into that, but it's interesting. And then Greptile also leaves inline feedback on each of the areas that is summarized up above. So we now have a pretty comprehensive feedback cycle already done. Very little effort on our part. I mean, other than kind of stepping through a little bit and leaving one comment, which was here. Although refactoring this from durable objects to D1 is probably one of the more significant ones. And so what we're going to do now is we are going to go back to Claude Code and we're going to say, hey, Claude, make sure we're on the right instance of Claude. We're on the user service one. Okay, Claude. We've gotten quite a bit of feedback on the PR. How about you take a look at it and summarize the feedback for me. And let's agree on what to change or fix, or fix, before you start more work, before you start working. All right. It's going to go out. It's going to download all the PR data using the GH CLI tool, and we're going to have a conversation. While it does that, let's go look at how the character service worker is progressing. Oh crap, it needs permission. It didn't get very far. That's fine. I didn't say thank you. Yeah, well, I'm being nicer than I needed to be. I always try to give criticism such as you did good for you today. Just vibe optimize it later, yeah. It seems working alongside AI is ultimately beneficial, catching bugs and iteration. Yeah, definitely. This is a comprehensive issue for building the character service. I have a few clarifying questions based on considerations mentioned in the issue. Slug uniqueness. The schema shows slugs unique per user. Should I proceed? Maximum characters per user. Should I implement a limit on how many characters a user can create? If so, what should the limit be? Active status field. Should I add an is active or similar field for making a user's default selected character? This wasn't in the core schema. Wait. Yeah, that's good. That's actually a good idea. Let people mark their characters inactive. That would probably be useful. Test scope. Should I write comprehensive integration test now or focus on the core implementation first and add tests as a follow-up? Let's say 1. I want to be able to create simple URLs, right? So the globally unique slug per character. Let me think about this. No. We should not need a unique slug per user because I can be playing multiple games and have the same character name in each game. If anything, it should be unique by org. Because an org is going to represent a specific instance of a game. So like if we are playing Ashes of Creation on 2 different servers, there will be an org for each server for Ashes of Creation. I think it's fairly safe to say that a character name will need to be unique within a game. So let's tell it that. Let's say technically a slug is not the same thing as the character name. But the slug is most definitely going to be generated from the character name. So they're going to be similar. Let's just go ahead and say that. Should I have any limits? I mean, I guess there shouldn't be. There should be a sane limit. We don't want to get DDoS from this. Oh well, let's start with 100 characters. Active status field. I like the idea of an active field. Do it. Test scope. Yeah. Let's focus on the core implementation first. All right. I've answered all those questions. Let's go check out how user service is doing. You remember user services processing a bunch of PR feedback. My nose started running. Hope I'm not getting a cold. All right. Before I start, okay, here's where it pulled down all the feedback and summarized. So email index case sensitivity. We're going to use lower email in the index. Optional type syntax. It agreed. FK documentation. The no on delete cascade is intentional but undocumented. Going to add a comment explaining the soft delete design. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Minor improvements, silent metadata corruption. Logging when, okay. Restore email check. Simplify redundant. Okay. The proposed action plan. Before I start, I want to confirm the approach. Switch to D1. This is the biggest change. Hey, I agreed. Remember I said that. That's the biggest change. I'll need to remove the user stored orbital object, add D1 database binding, the Wrangler JSON, refactor user service, update the ADR to reflect the D1 decision. Hey, that's cool that it remembered that. Update the test for D1, fix the bugs. I'm going to handle delete user scenario, add pagination to the list method. Hey, nice. That's what I was going for when I said it wasn't going to scale. Schema type fixes, case insensitive, email index, optional index, blah, blah, blah. Add error logging. Does this plan look right? Any items you want me to skip? This plan looks great. Please proceed. Let's go check on our character service worker. Yeah, okay. Try taking zinc supplements to help your immune system. Hey, thanks, Carbide. I take a lot of supplements. I don't know if I take zinc. I don't think I do. I might get it in one of my multivitamins, but anyway. We got two workers working on two different things. We got the character service worker. Yeah, sure, install it. Interesting. And we got the user service worker. I think there's a... It was nice whenever this was working, because it used to be... Like, these are all showing idle right now, even though they're not. They used to show busy or waiting input, so you could just kind of hang out the screen and wait for one of them to require input. Now I gotta jump between them to see what's going on, which sucks. I'll have to see if there's an update for CC Manager. I think I installed that with Brew. So, update and see if there's an update for CC Manager. Never mind, I installed it with NPM. Published 18 hours ago. There's most indeed an update. Wonder if I should risk updating it while it's in process. It's certainly not going to help me. I'll just wait on that. But yeah, I need to update it. They're both hard at work. Any questions so far or thoughts? Am I crazy? Anybody gonna run out and try CC manager or you gotta go to bed? You young chaps keep going? Yeah, I gotta go soon too, Macimus. It's almost time for me to log in and start managing trees and Pax Dei. We're still PvPing routinely out there. But hopefully we can bring one of these through to completion. Let me know if this is all interesting to people watching. Maybe I'll do a poll on the channel. See if you would like anything more like this. I know this is kind of abnormal. I haven't really done any live coding or any job-like stuff on the channel before, but I don't know. I thought it might be interesting, since I know I have a pretty technical audience. Or it feels like I do, at least, just based on some of the comments that I get. So, happy to do more of this if it's interesting. Happy to not do any more of this if people are throwing up in their mouth. Stream Pax so you can watch. I will stream if you want me to stream Pax. I can stream Pax Day when we switch over to that. But I have a new, check this out. For anybody who was streaming with me last, I kept going to the black screen whenever we were doing things that I didn't want people to see. I have a button for it now. Man. I don't know where I put my button. Thought I had a button. I'll have to check it out when I get a break. But here it is. I have it. Look at that. Griffin Gaming, thanks for the follow, dude. And Broomy, I missed your follow. Thanks you so much for the follow. I have this nice standby performing evasive maneuver screen. So I can activate that whenever I don't want y'all seeing what's going on in PAX. As long as you're okay with me flashing the screen up a little bit, gives it. We can stream PAX. I wouldn't call this not interesting, just didn't expect next week's work to stare me in the face when I joined. Sorry. I'm just here to listen to your sweet battling in the background while I try to get some fleet battles set up in SC. Nice. I heard that was being postponed, Chrome. Is that true or not true? Okay. So it's done with the refactor. This is the kind of thing that, like, my gosh, dude. Like, imagine if you had opened a PR and somebody came in and asked you to refactor that and change the underlying storage system. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of stuff that this tooling makes so much nicer. Like, I would not have wanted to do that work. Like, when I finally ship something and, like, if somebody came to me and be like, nah, we want to do the whole thing differently, I'd have been like, really? Like, feeling like I just wasted all that time. Like, slugged uniqueness per org as clarified. Org ID is now required, as it should be. I missed that probably before too. Before deploying, you'll need to Cache TTL 1 hour. I'll have to take a look at what it means by that. Created the D1 database, created a KV namespace, run migrations, boom, boom, boom. Would you like me to add the service binding to the root as well? No need to add service binding. Please push these changes to the PR. Let's go see where the other one is. Character guy's still working. Hey, Cat. I'm good. You good? PR's been updated. As you can see, why is it not using my face? Use my face, dude. There we go. Okay. As you can see, here is the new push. It updated the PR. It's kicking off another code review by Claude. I think we have to manually select another code review by OpenAI. So I'm going to go up here next to Copilot. I'm going to have to refresh. I'm going to say we want another review. We just applied a bunch of changes. And if we look at some of the stuff that we had looked at before, here's the worker. If you remember previously, it was just pulling in actually, because of the indirection, this looks much like it did before. It just gets the store and executes the thing on the store. So the meat and potatoes is going to be the user store. And here we should see something very different. It's no longer doing this.execute, which is what you would do with a durable object. It now has an instance of the database that is executing its queries on. So probably set up in the constructor here, this.db equals db, which is passed in whenever this thing is instantiated, thanks to the Wrangler configuration. For those who are unfamiliar with Cloudflare, you would just have to look at the Wrangler file here. This is where it sets up the D1 database and ensures that it is injected into the worker. Let's see if it changed. Let's go back and look at just that commit to see what just changed in that commit, out of curiosity. And we'll just jump right to the user store. Yeah, all that stuff changed. I wanted to see the test though. And you can see that it updated the test. This is actually, I would have liked to have seen the test not require this much refactoring. I guess it wasn't that much actually. Pretty light refactor, all things considered. And the rest, this is all documentation. This is the documentation that I came up with for the user service. So if you navigate to the workers user service directory, Has a nice little table of contents here. Code samples. First login flow. Create user directly, update user, account linking. This all looks pretty nice. So we're just going to get one more round of feedback here, and then I'm going to log in the Pax Dei. I'm running a little bit late there. One thing I hate about Git is how sluggish the pull request page gets as the comments pile up, and that has really become a problem with these AI bots. Still waiting on the Copilot review. Let's see. I'll wait for that to come in. Popping off, but I'll lurk. Take care. Hey, you too, man. Julius, been lurking for a while. Wanted to add my feedback. I'm really enjoying the live coding session. Been dabbling for a while with the pleb tier GitHub Copilot. $10 a month in VS and VS Code. So watching a big boy Claude Max setup go to work is quite something else. Hey, thanks, Julius. Appreciate the feedback. Yeah, I'll probably sprinkle this in when I think it's interesting, as long as people are okay with that. So I appreciate the feedback like that. I can always do both, right? Like I'm going to tonight. Looks like this one is actually listening to my claude.md file, and it is going to automatically open the pull request. Yes, it is. How nice. That's terrible. Okay. PR13 is up. I don't think anybody would be okay with that. PR13. This is our character service. Fairly short order. We got two services. PR's open. Quality is code quality is every bit as good as some of the newer members of the field as delivered, which is just fascinating. I still forgot to do the usage examples. That is a pet peeve of mine. Something I have always demanded. You see how long these PRs get pretty long pretty quick. And 1 second, guys. All right, chatting with some of the PAX people. But yeah, these PRs get fairly lengthy fairly quickly when you got this many bots collaborating. And GitHub is going to have to do something because the performance of the pages can get pretty unwieldy pretty quick. All right, we got the Copilot feedback now. Copilot left a comment. Reviewed 10 out of 12 change files. Left 14 comments. Found a lot more this time. I'm not sure why I found so little last time, to be honest. This is normally how much feedback I've seen from Copilot. The database is set to local, which is typically used for local development. For production deployments, this should be replaced with the actual D1 database ID from Cloudflare. Consider using environment-specific configurations or documenting that is needed to be. Yes, that's a very good catch. We do have a .env file that I'm using for that kind of thing, so that's good feedback that Claude should action on. More key constraint on provider identities references user ID, but doesn't specify on delete behavior. The comment states, no on delete cascades. We use soft deletes. Identities remain for user restoration, which is intentional. However, this means orphaned provider identities could accumulate if users are hard deleted, e.g. for GDPR compliance. Consider adding a hard delete method that properly cleans up. Yep, good point. Get with identities method. As you can see, I mean, the feedback here is good. And going way back to the beginning of the stream, whenever we talked about how we mitigate kind of that poor code quality that we remember from 3 years ago from AI agents, and how we mitigate hallucinations and how we mitigate some of the other pitfalls that come with vibe coding or whatever the hell it's called. I think this is one of the ways that we do it. We have a lot of different perspectives from a lot of different LLMs, plus some human oversight like I'm giving it now, and we watch these LLMs iterate much like we would watch a junior developer iterate in the real world. And the process that you're seeing me go through now is exactly the process I went through over the break with the org service. And what we arrived at in the end was very acceptable to me, especially for a product that is not mature yet, something, I'm trying to launch, I'm trying to get out there. So I was pretty impressed with the overall flow of things and how they evolved, and it's definitely something I'm going to be trying more. I'm definitely going to be using what I'm showing you here a lot more, trying to iterate on it, perfect it, and just seeing how far I can take this. I think in the org service, I ended up touching like maybe 10 lines of code by hand, not a whole lot. And a lot of that was configuration data. So, pretty impressive what these new models are accomplishing. Get with identities method performs 2 separate database queries, which could be optimized into a single SQL join to reduce network. That's actually a very good call. This is leftover, I believe, from whenever it was a durable object. I can understand why you would do 2 separate queries in a durable object, because there is no round trip, basically. You get sub-millisecond queries in a durable object because the database is in process, but now that we've moved to D1, this is now a concern, and Claude didn't catch that. The error message states cannot restore email. But the actual implementation shows cannot restore email. The condition check could be improved. Currently it checks if any user has the email, but it should specifically check A different active user. That's a good point. The initialize method uses a class level flag to prevent reinitialization, but this flag is not reliable in a D1 context. D1 is a separate database service, not an in-memory state. There you go. Again, another error that was brought over from the durable object implementation. If multiple worker instances or requests call initialize concurrently, they could all execute the schema creation statements simultaneously, while the create table, if not exist statement, are idempotent. Consider using D1's built-in migration system or ensuring this is only called once. Yeah. This is much easier in a durable object than it is in D1. So that definitely needs refactored. Anyway, as you can see, we're iterating here, and our first rollout of this service should be a lot more reliable and sturdy than if we had just vibe coded our way without the back and forth here. Email validation only checks if email is empty after trimming, but doesn't validate the email format. Consider adding basic. That's fine. RPC interfaces all CRUD operations, including create, update, and delete methods without any authentication or authorization checks. Any service with a binding to the user service can perform these operations. Consider implementing role-based access control or restricting certain operations. I do plan on implementing RBAC for this stuff, but not yet. I'm okay with this for now. I'm going to layer that on a little bit later because I have a whole design for that separately from what Claude's going to come up with in short order. At minimum, document the security model and recommend that. I'm just going to leave a comment. Just don't cover the RPC entry point directly. Or like, or it's thoroughly tested. Yep, do that. They handle first login method, potential race condition between checking for existing identify user and creating linking. Another concurrent request could create the same user or link. You're using database transactions or unique constraints to handle concurrent. Yeah. Again, this is another mistake that was introduced by moving away from durable objects. Anyway. Yeah. So, I'm going to switch over to Pax Dei, but before I do, we are going to have this start working on that feedback. And while Claude Code continues working on my pet project here, I am going to fire up Pax Dei. Okay. Here we are. We're in Pax. I'm actually gotta take a bio break before the trees start spawning. Oh yeah, it's fight time. It is fight time! Oh. Anybody in chat still playing PAX? Still haven't played since the last Wipe Chrome. Holy hell. That was a long time ago. Now we're going to be waiting on the tree spawns. 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern is like peak tree spawning time for Pax Dei. That's when we're going to get a ton of trees within a 2-hour time span, and that's when all the fighting will happen. For sure. So we got about 45 minutes till that starts. We'll probably see one spawn before that starts, and we'll group up and go for some of those. We're just getting everything set up here, people. I's dotted, T's crossed. Alright, I will be right back. I think we got everything set up and ready to go. But I have not stepped away from this keyboard since I started streaming earlier today, so I'm going to do that now. Go get my hydration needs in order. And use the restroom, and I will be right back, everybody. Appreciate everybody still hanging out and watching some Pax Dei PvP. All right, everybody. 2 more bites of food. I'll be back when we can. All right, people. Putting up evasive maneuvers for a little bit here while we get in position. Yeah, that's fine. Who? What? Who are we talking about? Thank you, guys. I ended up eating a snack, getting some beverages, and using the restroom. I'm ready to go. Locking in for the evening. Just a reminder, I'm going to be posting this evasive maneuvers screen just while we're making some maneuvers that we don't want information to get out on. Pax in space? I mean, that basically is Star Citizen, right? You'll notice I put my favorite ship on the evasive maneuver screen. Anybody else still in love with the Clipper? I got you, Carbide. Ten minutes till the trees are spawning. Me too, Carbide. I want to see a Misk generalist, an Origin generalist. I mean, I want to see one from all of them. But those are the two I would be most excited about. Outside of Drake. Copy that. Yeah, attack's a great ship. My only gripe with attack is the landing gears. But, like I said in that... I don't remember which video. No such thing as a perfect ship. There can't be. Well, we'd all fly that. I do love attack. Also, speaking of Misk generalist ships, I'm the Odyssey will be kind of the ultimate generalist ship. Just much larger than something like the Clipper. I would love to see multiple sizes though on the generalist. I've been waiting for the Odyssey for, man. Ever since I joined this project, that was one of the first ships that just spoke to me. Not sure what you mean. I don't think my screen's updating. Just getting into position, Fault. Long runs in this game. Very long runs. RSI is your favorite? Not mine. Freelancer Max for life? I'm with you, Doctor. You and I must have had that conversation before. I love the Freelancer Max. I would love a MK2 of it, though. A bug fix? What was the bug fix? Good feedback, Zolius. I could do a slideshow for sure. I will look at that. Use relay shutter door does not have F interact button to open the... Oh, there you go. Engineering bug fixes. No surprise. Sure hope so. Air fryer popcorn? Eight minutes at 170, huh? I air fry a lot of things. Popcorn is not one of them that I have tried. Magello, the first third-party sites for EverQuest 1. I never played EverQuest. Julius. I know, Zulis. I wish. I've always been sad that I missed EverQuest. Always. I started with Ultimate Online, and then I didn't get bit by Ultima. You know what I mean? Tried it. I played it for a while, and I was like, meh. I did not get back into MMOs until Guild Wars 1. So basically everything between Ultimate Online and UO1, or Guild Wars 1 I missed. After Guild Wars 1 launched, I was then playing some MMO full-time for like ever. Went from Guild Wars 1 to... There's something in between Guild Wars 1 and World of Warcraft, but I can't remember. Did some like Neverwinter Nights and stuff, but... Still holds up. And I have not played that. I think... I remember the class I played though, it was a Mesmer? I think that's what it was called. C sharp? How did UO influence you to C sharp? Yeah. First major UO emulator software was written in JS. I recall. It had lots of flaws, but In C# 1.1 and 2.0 came up another team, built a fully multi-threaded EMU in it. JS couldn't handle until many years later. Nice. I'm actually surprised that the first one was built in JavaScript. That's crazy. I love the language, but I mean, I guess it depends on what year that was released. How surprised I would be that it was written in JavaScript. Do you remember what year it was, Julius? Not for hobbyists? Yeah, I remember C++ at the time. My first C++ compiler was Borland. It was in a DOS, like, it was a DOS editor. Blue background. My gosh, who was making editors back then? Who thought white text on a blue background was like the good sane default for editing code? It was similar for the QBasic editor that shipped with, was that DOS 5? I think Borland was a lighter blue by default. Well, I had some short-term exposure to original C, but the whole header code separation concept put me off a lot, despite understanding the idea behind it. C# just encapsulated that much more. Yeah. It was something else. Man, those days feel like so long ago now. You'll still find a lot of that code. Just crack open the Linux. The Linux is utilities or the Linux kernel. It's all around us still. Plenty of .h files. Been a long time since I wrote C. I don't miss it. Second, I got a phone call coming in. sorry, Willow. Our son was calling while you were asking. Yeah, we can, also did Borland Turbo Pascal. Turbo Pascal. The most prominent memory of that was sitting in the school lab with just enough PCs for one less student than present. So I just scribbled down the code snippets. I'm here. Copy. So I just scribbled down the code snippets with pencil and paper and still got correct solutions to half the... Nice! Man, Pascal, I never really wrote any Pascal. I remember that being a huge language from the BBS era. Alright. Gotta look at the map here. Alright, so Nocturne was last. Speaking of Pascal and BBSs, anybody ever play BBS door games? Anybody remember Trade Wars, Legend of the Red Dragon, Usurper? Those ring a bell for anybody? We have medium trees up now. Medium tree is worth 3 small trees. Large tree is worth 10 small trees. Use Fido for BBS chat forums. Never did any games. The closest would be running some D&D style games with friends. An alternative to sitting around the table, yeah. I never did remote D&D until Discord. Prior to that, it was always sitting around a table for me. But I suppose BBS style D&D wouldn't have been too much different from the MUDs at the time, or the Mushes. I played a lot of MUDs and Mushes. I used to work overnight shift at a NOC, Network Operations Center, where didn't have to do much other than sit there and answer phones if there was an emergency. And needless to say, I had a lot of spare time on my hands, and one of the things I did to keep myself entertained overnight and awake was telnet-based MUDs and Mushes. Sorry, I got some mat checking to do here. I really wish there was like some kind of a mode in Pax Dei. So the whole reason I need this evasive maneuver screen is like whenever you open up the map, it shows where everybody and your entire guild is in the world. Very not conducive to streaming. Wish you had gotten into the industry at that time already, but I only became a professional about 10 years ago. Gotcha. That's 10 years is a good amount of time. I was very fortunate in my career that it was basically the first job I had. Started in high school and just kept going. Just lucky. Never even been completed a degree. It was all hands on the job. I started very low ranks. After that job I had where I was building PCs in my hometown PC shop, I already mentioned earlier in the stream that I went to a logistics outfit and I was a help desk guy forever. Alright. Yeah, I hear that, boys. Hell yeah, food. What are you eating? Anything good? You back, Willow? Copy that. You coming back, babe? You coming back? My partner plays. He was taking a food break in the kitchen, waiting on her so we can start marching here. Sorry, I thought I had my mic muted when I yelled. No, I'm not eating. Alright, let's move out. Go ahead and boots. Definitely going to take the slideshow suggestion. Maybe I'll feature all the games that we play on the slideshow. Maybe with some of my favorite past scenes or something. I don't know. I'll do something to spice this cover screen. Alright, let's resume. Eight minutes. Thank you, copy. not tonight. Good evening, Oswintel. The screen is an image for now. I will take it down. It's just covering up certain map movements. Or almost in. Come over here, put our backs to the... How's your evening, Oswaldo? Thanks for stopping out, man. And it's good evening for me. Yeah, a little confusing, Oswaldo. I have Star Citizen movement curtain, but I'm playing Pax Dei at the moment. So Saturdays and Tuesdays are the days that spawn the most trees in Lioness, and that is currently the objective of this game, is to capture these trees. So Saturdays and Tuesdays, we gotta be active in Pax. For those of us that only are playing for the PvP, that leaves the rest of the week for Star Citizen, Ashes, whatever we want to play. The earlier part of the stream, I was playing Code Monkey. I was showing off kind of what I had developed for my AI workflow over the Christmas break. That was fun. It was my first time streaming worky type stuff. I don't know. I'll do a poll to see how well it was received. but I stopped around 8 p.m. Eastern to hop over here and do some tree hunting at Pax. We got 2 minutes on the tree spawn. I feel like I have something stuck in. Driving me crazy. Might just be, I might just be getting a cold because my nose is running too. I'm not a good person when it comes to things like the common cold. I basically feel like I'm dying. Act like it too. We're in that waiting period for Star Citizen updates now? Yeah. Seeing someone else work is always refreshing. Code is 99% of AI's revenue stream. That makes sense. Maybe a little surprising that's 99% though. Although it seems to me that code is probably the best monetized outlet of it right now. Like, we're seeing some productized things in the image and video space. I have no idea. Alright, let's get it. But there's some good audio video applications of AI, like one that comes to mind is I forget what it's called. There's one that will take, like, if you're a YouTube creator and you're creating Zinli, are you here? That was my thinking, Zulith. There seems to be a lot of applications I was facing. I'm not an expert on them. But, I've used a few of them. Efficient use in unit of forest destruction? Yeah. I mean... ChatGPT alone has to be an enormous revenue stream. I know a lot of non-programmers paying 20 bucks a month for that stuff. Yeah, right. So, in a server, server capacity is 1K. Does location of those people... does the location of those people in the game matter? Absolutely. Looks like you need a warm lemon ginger tea. I'm having some major... I think I'm getting a cold. My eye feels like there's something in it. Watering like crazy. Can't get around the N squared problem? Yeah. Yeah, proximity matters greatly. The closer you are to other people, the more those people need to know what you're doing. That is data transmission. That is processing. That is a bunch of bits. Frame rendering. I mean, you name it. That's why, you know, we were talking last Saturday about Star Citizen's server meshing and dynamic server meshing. And I was saying that that only solves one scaling challenge. That solves scaling out, does not solve scaling down. You need to scale it. You need to accommodate both. And both will have limits. Although, it's far easier to raise the limits on out than it is down and in. Where? Two clients in proximity, need to replicate updates. 10 clients. Yeah. Yeah, you're spot on. Yes, I talk about that all the time. Did a video a while back called the proximity problem. Oh, I don't describe it in those terms, but try to explain it. Yeah, layman's terms. Where you at, Zen? I'm not seeing you on the map. There, go. Okay. You ever find the 2 Zinli, or? Did you ever find the 2, or are you at 48? lot of running in this game. There's a reason people call it a running simulator. Completely agree, Zulius. I would not want it any other way. But it is a lot of running. Bear with me, I gotta do a little bit of paperwork here. Copy that. Shockingly amount of stuff goes into these evenings. A lot of track. Okay, just waiting on the next spawn here. So it is 1 minute away until we get the timer. So the way this works is, as I mentioned before, 9 to 11 is the hot hours, Eastern time. We're currently at 10:30, so at 10:30 we usually get a 30-minute timer for the large tree of the night. Again, that is worth 10 smalls. And then 15 minutes after that timer starts, it'll be a 30-minute timer. But 15 minutes after that one starts, we will get 8 small trees. They will each have a 15-minute timer on them. Everything, the large and all 8 smalls, are intended to spawn right at 11. To kind of end that 9 to 11 hour, or 2-hour block. And it'll be up to clans to grab as many as they want or can. And then the evening will carry on. There will be more small spawns after that, but everything else will be small spawns. Timer's up. Only one spawn period per day that I catch. So there's, the trees start spawning at 7 p.m. Eastern, and they spawn until after 1 a.m. Eastern. So it's a huge 6-hour window every day the trees spawn, but that is it. They don't spawn outside. So 6-hour window, and the densest period of spawning is in the 9 to 11 Eastern window. So 6-hour window total. 2 of those hours are much denser than the rest. That's where the mediums and the largest spawn on Saturdays and Tuesdays only. Anything in the other 4 hours of the block is only small trees, usually 4 at a time. Well, only 4 at a time. During the dense 2 hours, whenever you get small spawns, you get 8 at a time. Good night, Carbide. A good raid? Yeah. We will try. Two minutes, we're gonna head out. A lot of people have that same complaint as Liz. Especially like our EU friends playing on a US server. You know, people with different shifts, I mean. But their goal is attention. Right? They want people fighting over this stuff, and if they were spawning all day, every day, then you definitely wouldn't get those big fights. I don't know. Definitely a balancing act. And if you constrained it, like, have the same amount per day spawn, but like random time periods, like that would just favor people without jobs. So it's really tough to like kind of balance it for everybody. I think the best thing they could maybe do is just kind of a known schedule, but a fluctuating one. Where like some days it's this time block, and other days it's a 6-hour block earlier. I don't know, maybe that would. But then I feel like you're kind of optimizing for the smaller segment of the population. Really tough. 4:30 a.m. Holy crap. Appreciate you. I'm gonna hold up on this road for everybody to catch up. What's up, Zinley? Yeah, I started the stream as just chatting because we were writing code earlier. I forgot to change it. It's kind of annoying maintaining the Twitch category, to be honest. I just want to like stream and just do shit. YouTube's a little more lax. The category is just gaming. I just said it. That's why streamers keep mods chained down in their basement. Yeah. I'm not worthy of something like a mod. Yeah, we've been here all night, Zen. I started at, I don't even know, I think I started at like 4 p.m. today. And then Gizzit, I was going to end the stream before we started playing PAX. But Gizzit insisted I stream PAX so he could watch, and I don't even think Gizzit's here anymore. Gizzit, are you here? I do have a role in Discord I ping, Zenly. You're not signed up for it. You go up to the roles in whatever thing, there's a role you can opt into and then you get pinged. You look at the feeds channel, it's there. Look at Zenly getting called out. I appreciate you, Zen. It's a good suggestion, that's why I thought of it. That's true. Well, that's because we started gaming together before I streamed. I mean, I've been doing YouTube content for a while, but the whole streaming thing is relatively new for me. At least within a regularity. Like, I just started, this is like my fifth or sixth Saturday stream now, that I've started doing the every Saturday thing. Prior to that, I did very intermittent, no schedule, just very rarely. I think prior to this, I might have had 3 live streams. One for Ash's Alpha 2 opening. One for one of the big Star Citizen patches, I can't remember which one. And one I just did like an AMA, I think. And those first few that I did, I only did them on YouTube. So Twitch is also relatively new for me. I think. I don't know. I might have started out multi-streaming. I can't remember now. The only notification from Discord is my org alert and your stream, so if I miss a stream, I'm asleep. Appreciate you, Doctor. For any Star Citizen players out there, you think historically, Star Citizen has had some problems with state transfer across server boundaries. The most obvious error issues it had was whenever 4.0 first landed. Those first few months, whenever you would run out of gas whenever you crossed the server line, or your ship would just drop out of quantum, stuff like that, if you remember. Well, Pax Dei is a released game and has significant server boundary handoff issues, so it'd be too hard on Star Citizen. Star Citizen's really come a long way. A lot of those issues have gone away. Of all the server mesh games that I'm playing right now, Star Citizen is the most fluid when it comes to handing off between DGSs. Both Ashes and Pax Dei are much rougher around the edges on the server handoff. Now, they are both UE5 based, so I really think that UE5 intrinsically has some issues with it. Yeah, you're probably right, Zaliz, but like Pax Dei, well, you can't see across server boundaries like you can in Star Citizen. When somebody crosses a server boundary in front of you, they vanish. That's also true in Ashes of Creation, although Ashes of Creation does have plans for how to fix that by using a projection actor system. It's quite complicated compared to SC. SC's approach is actually much simpler just because the architecture is so much more sound. But Ash is really optimized for being able to develop on one shard and not needing that complexity. But yeah, Pax Dei, people vanish, you lose your buffs. Like, I have 3 food buffs on me, but, well, you can't see my screen at the moment. You will be in a moment here. But, like, it'll lose track of your buffs. Trying to think of what else. You still get a lot of jank. Just whenever you cross the server line, like you'll get a lot of lag and stuttering, which is not the case in my experience in Star Citizen. It is the case in Ashes. Although, early access on Steam, whatever they changed between that and the prior release of Ashes in early access, they made a lot of improvements. The performance is much better now. There's no server boundary crossing. Here's as good a spot as any. No deaths on the hill. Good job, people. Hell yeah. Could. Alright, copy that. Yeah. So. I know. Talking about mine? I know, I hate it. I know, it's terrible, but it's the best, my favorite ability. So we need to, what's that? And a heal. Big heal and a buff. Need transmog. Yeah, definitely. Looks like my character has been skipping leg day. I know. My outfit is terrible. I fucking hate the way I look. But it's... like in this game, your abilities are tied to the armor that you wear, and there's no such thing as transmog or anything, so, because of the abilities I want, I must look like shit. Yeah, we're going to retreat. Big large tree in all its glory. They're gonna laugh at me, but I can't chop it. My wood chopping skill's not high enough. So I just scan the perimeter. Copy that. Almost gone. Man, that is loud. Thanks for letting me know. Hold on here. Turn that down a little bit. Is that better on the volume? Too low? Yeah. I run the game volume much lower in my headset than it pipes out to the stream, so I was totally not paying attention to the audio waveform there. Disturbingly calming. Footage of our HQ buildings? Yeah, I know, dude. I put out a Pax Dei video. It was a short, like, combat video, but I also included some footage of our bases at the beginning and the end of the video. So if you want to check out kind of what it looks like. It was mostly done at that point. You could build, well, you can't dig, you can't terraform. Who knows? I could do a quick 10-hour ASMR track of wood chopping and Pax Dei. Maybe that would be maybe I could do that. I might get a whole ton of views. 10-hour wood chopping ASMR. Oh man. Alright, we done. I remember CIG was talking during one of their videos about the difficulties of that. They were talking about how their tech was very good at tracking like hundreds and thousands of trees, but when you wanted to make a change to one tree, it was very difficult. They were talking about like landing in a forest. There was a question about like if your ship landed in a forest, could it flatten the trees around it? They weren't even talking about chopping, but the dev was talking about the difficulties with that, just because of the technology they use to render the trees. Being able to track like individual tree states was kind of out of the realm of possibility for where things were at the time, but he did mention that they were looking at improving that. So I would imagine in the distant future, that is one thing that CR will want changed. I'm sure he'll want trees to fall over when you land in a forest. And if we can make trees fall over when you land in a forest, then we can certainly allow them to be chopped down, right? Yeah. Wildfires would be sweet, yeah. Good point. Copy. My org has a big focus on stuff like off-grid gameplay, where gathering and wood chopping would be a big hit. Yeah, no doubt. Well, your org must have been pretty excited whenever CR committed to fishing and farming. I'm pretty excited by those things too, honestly. For render, it's simple instancing I'm familiar with, but chopping is like accounting for individual trees, I suppose. Yeah, absolutely. They already have individual state for rocks, but they spawn very small numbers of rocks, right? Like you can't interact with just any rock in the game. Like you go out to an asteroid belt, most of those rocks you cannot interact with. So I think that's the rub. Most rocks on a planetary surface you can't interact with yet either. But so like I think that's the challenge they have with the trees. Getting all those emergency sim players over to SC. Yeah. I'm conflicted on Star Citizen because I'll probably have like 2 accounts at some point. Because I both want to run an intergalactic mega corporation that dominates land and space and has outposts and space stations and fleets and all the good stuff for the big battles. But then I also want to be a guy that lives off grid all by himself. I want to experience both. I don't know how easy that'll be, but I definitely see the appeal to all of it. And then there's a part of me that just wants to be a space trucker. So. Isn't fishing generally considered to be the feature that completes a mirror game into an MMO in the first place? Yeah, you're not wrong. It's funny, so we have Unhinged Gaming, we have a chapter for Ashes. And the chapter lead over there has never been more excited for anything in that game than he was the competitive fishing that just came out. I don't know if there's any Ashes players out here. I would love to know if you've tried the competitive fishing yet and what you thought of it, but yeah, it's like competitive deep sea fishing. You can take a boat out into the deep sea, fish off the boat. There's some still rough edges around it from what I hear, but yeah, people are excited about it. Brolo seems like he would enjoy grand strategy games like Stellaris, Victoria. Oh, absolutely. I love strategy games. Although, my favorite strategy game from the team you're talking about, Oswaltel, is Crusader Kings 3. I freaking love that game, dude. More than one account would break the immersion for me, to be honest. Yeah, I hear you, doctor. Just, I don't know, man. I would love to live those two lives, but I probably won't have time. I'll just have to create myself like a little getaway from my... Always looking back at CR's design on multiple starter packs and my alts from way back in 2013. Grand Strategy is my favorite, to be honest. We will be pulling space whales out of the sky. Can't compete with that. That's true. Please play Europa Universalis 5. I have never heard of it. I can't imagine playing a game like that on stream. How, do people actually watch that stuff? I got that. It'd be like playing Crusader Kings 3 on stream. Dude, I can deliberate over a decision in that game, you know what I mean? Weirdo status confirmed. You'll dunk me on CK3? Yeah, right, dude. He will not dunk me, bro. I have a lot of hours in CK3. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, oh my gosh, I have not played that since the Super Nintendo. It's the game that you play after CK3? Really? Okay. Is it newer than CK3? I would love that type of stream. But I also watch people coding, so I'm not the best. Yeah, it's true. Well, maybe one of these Saturdays I'll do a grand strategy then, guys. If people would be into that. I mean, I love grand strategy games. And it would be probably pretty cool to pick up one I've never played before. Like, I've never played Europa. I could do a first time playing. No. Zinley's in my ear about dunking on me in CK3. That would never happen. Alright, I gotta record a few things here. Yes, I would. Yeah, just give it all. Not all at once, though. Be gentle. Oh my god. That it? That's all right. Yeah, the same Black Mac. This thing, I love this thing, dude. This is my my staple. This thing is a workhorse. And it like goes forever. Like I had a I mean I am a collector of gadgets. But I've never been tied to one operating system. I love my Macs. I like my Windows PCs. I like my Linux boxes. I like it all. CK3 Game of Thrones, totally. I've won every type of game with CK3. Probably one of my favorite is the spy victory. So, be an awesome stream or CK2 Game of Thrones. Is there actually a Game of Thrones mod? I did not know that. I gotta look that up. I would love to join if there's an MP Grand Strategy. Heck yeah, I could get some people from the chat here to join up. That'd be cool. I use Synergy to use Linux, Windows, and Mac all at the same time with one keyboard. Hell yeah. Problem is my my main PC is so freaking big. I can't do multiple displays. So, yeah, I had no idea. Oswaldo. It's the biggest mod there is for CK2. Sad to see that Apple's more consumer focused these days. They're definitely more consumer focused. I don't think that's going to change. I think the days of Apple trying to penetrate the business market is over, but dude, I mean, you just can't compete with their laptops, doctor. I mean, it's literally, I got like I've had that laptop, well, Like, I charge it like once a week. It's insane. Meanwhile, the most efficient Windows laptop supposedly is this one I got. It's the Surface. And, you know, they cite it for 14 hours. I am lucky to get 5 to 6 hours out of that thing. I can get 20 plus hours out of that Mac. It's insane. I'm definitely going to check out that mod, Oswaldo. Do they have dragons, Oswaldo? All right. See you, dude. No Mac OS server? Yeah. I mean, Mac OS server was always kind of a joke, to be honest. I mean, maybe at one point. Maybe in their... Maybe it had use cases for, I don't even know what you use Mac OS server for, honestly. But makes sense to me. They just went with end devices. I mean, you have a ton of penetration by Macs in corporate America. It's just not on the servers. It's the clients. But most companies I work at, now it could just be because of the field I'm in. I'm a software engineer. But most companies, like, you just get a Mac by default. Like, it's not even an option to get a Windows PC. Most companies I work at. I have seen Linux as an option. Now I know that's not true for all environments. Like around here, locally, most of the businesses around here, I work in a very government-centric area, and around here it's all Windows desktops. Or Chrome OS in the education space is big, but if you're working for like a Silicon Valley, big tech style company, I mean, it's basically all Macs. Nothing but. I mean, I have 2 Mac laptops right now. One that my job gave me right here, you can't see. I don't know if I can turn the camera over there, but this thing, Big Mac Pro. That's from my employer. And I have my personal PC behind me. This is the Surface Pro, which I never even use anymore since getting the Mac because the freaking battery in this thing is so disappointing. This was their ARM model, so it's the Surface Pro 11. It was the first one they did with the Snapdragon chip. I was thinking finally Windows is going to have a portable crossover device because I really wanted a device that was both a laptop and a tablet. I thought, man, that's the holy grail because Apple still has not done that. Even though the iPad keeps getting closer to being a capable laptop-y device, but the operating system still feels very limiting on that thing. So I was pretty excited with Microsoft, but it's just so disappointing as a tablet experience. Like the fact that like it's not instant on, you got to hit the power button and wait for it to come on, and then as a laptop it sucks because your battery is like 6 hours. Ridiculous. So it's pretty much just collecting dust now. But for my workstation here, Windows is fine. I love, I've always been a connoisseur of operating systems. I love a bunch of different operating systems. I miss the 90s, man. I miss the 90s for all the operating system competition we got back then. Oh, it does have dragons. You can even commune with them, but it's very dangerous if you're not a Targaryen. Oh man, dude, I cannot wait to check that out. I was volatile. I'm definitely gonna check that out. No Macro server. Yeah, companies go where the money is. Completely different in Germany. You have to ask for a Mac when 90% of the time you get a no. Wow. Maybe it has something to do with yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that would be. I know nothing about the European market, but I hate the Surface Pro so much. You and me both. I'm so disappointed. I'm disappointed in Microsoft because they had a period of time where they were really innovating on the hardware side, and they just left it all go, man. You remember when they were doing like the Duo, Microsoft Duo, and they had the really cool Surface desktop form factor they were coming out with, and they had this idea where they had all these different input devices, and they were actually doing some innovation. And like I feel like if they had kept that up, they might have carved out a niche for themselves, but they ended up just scaling everything back to the bare minimum and putting out a half-ass freaking laptop tablet crossover, which gets shit battery, even on an ARM processor. Like, how does that get 6 hours and my Mac get like 22? They're both ARM chips. It has to be software optimization. Apple has been preparing for the efficiency war for forever. I mean, they got their start in iOS. And that was another thing that Microsoft dropped the ball in, was mobile, right? I mean, the Windows Phone was actually kind of snazzy. Like, they gave up on that race too quick, too. And it was all that mobile experience that I think gave Apple the chops to do what it is in the laptop market now with the efficiency. I mean, they basically went with the same architecture for their laptops, and they're just killing it on efficiency. Windows might be killing it in gaming, but when it comes to efficiency, like, they are dead in the water at the moment. I don't know how or if or when they're going to catch up. And again, that comes from somebody, I am not biased when it comes to OSs. I love more the merrier. Like I said, I miss the 90s. I miss when we had OS 2 and BOS and freaking Desk View, and like, we had so many more operating systems back in the 90s, and it was so cool, man. I've loved running them all. I ran OS 2 for a long time. That was some good stuff. Microsoft sucks at all the things that are portable. Yeah, exactly. They just suck at all things. True, yeah. The thing I don't understand about Microsoft is if you are trying to compete with an operating system, like, and you're competing against somebody like Apple who really is going after this premium, I don't know, like, Microsoft, like, why are they shove ads in Windows? Just stupid shit like that. Like, why? Is it really worth it? Are they really generating that much money off Windows advertisements that it's worth tarnishing the reputation of the operating system? Like, it's actually not a bad OS, but it looks worse because of stupid shit like ads in your start menu. Like, what the hell, guys? Like, makes no sense to me. Like, that is something Apple would never do. Well, I can't say never. They would have never done it under Steve's watch. Who knows? I hear Tim Cook's getting ready to resign now, so who knows when that will change for Apple. All things eventually change. And I can definitely say that Apple has been resting on its laurels ever since Steve left the helm, or Steve was passed away, and the helm changed. But like they haven't really had anything breakthrough since, right? And it definitely feels like they're coasting. Their software quality has definitely gone down from its peak back then. There was a time, man, where like you never had a software issue. Like the interoperability was so smooth. Now, when you buy some of their newer products, things are starting to get a little rougher around the edges. You could feel the slow decline, but hopefully, who knows? Maybe the next person to take the helm will turn the ship back around again. But the thing is the hardware advantage and efficiency advantage they have now on portable devices like laptops, that started back then. And the payoff, they are still reaping the benefits of those decisions, right? So that'll allow them to coast with superiority for quite some time. I wish I had been into that in the 90s. Yeah, the 90s were an amazing time for operating systems, man. And I tried them all. I loved BOS. BOS was so smooth. You also had Amiga and Amiga OS. It was cool. Even back in the 386 landscape, which we talked about earlier in this game, you had competition then between like Amiga OS and DOS, and eventually Windows. It was so much stuff going on. All the different flavors of DOS, like Dr. DOS and Norton DOS and IBM PC DOS. And you had DOSes with actual real multitasking. Most of us ran the single threaded version, but yeah, there was DOSes with task managers. The one Surface product I was really interested in was the Duo phone. Two full but separate screens inside of a foldable. Yeah, man, the Duo phone was awesome looking. That was after they gave up on their own OS. I think the Duo phone was running Android, which was a bummer, but they should have, even if it was losing them money, they should have kept themselves in the mobile space. It would have paid off in the end. That was so short-sighted on their part. And I don't know if they're ever gonna, on the client side, I don't know if they're ever gonna, or client-oriented, consumer-oriented devices, I don't know if they're ever gonna recover. Apple has a big advantage because they have full control of both the OS and hardware design. They can spec the M chips just as they need them to do. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That's a huge advantage. Sorry, we got some tree spawns here I'm looking at. Yeah, do we still have Have a good night, Doctor. K1 PCs, people don't want that. Oh no, wrong with the people. What happened to you, Keck? There's an RP server, Oswaltel. I'm not on it, but they have a normal server, which is the one I'm on, and then they have an RP server. From the sounds of it, people respect it. What happened, Keck? How'd that happen? Yeah. I have Willow in my party. Well, let's do it when we get to the tree. No. Yeah. Man, knock on wood, my eyes not bother me. I'm definitely getting a cold though. This sucks. See how my robots are doing. Skipping 1, 5, and 7. I agree with that. 2. And I don't know. I gotta think about that some more. I was just saying, you can't have a perfect ship or everybody would fly it. What do you get for watching them? Blah, blah. Hey, Wero? Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Yeah, give it to Zenly. Yeah. We good? We done? Hmm. Yeah. Food buffs are atrocious. Yeah. What do you mean, thank God? We haven't played since Tuesday. I'm just... I'm just saying tree hunting. This is a, this is a locker room. Permissions is a pain in the ass in this game, so what we do is in key locations we build structures like this so that players can put their individual boxes down and they can leave them private, and that gives them storage in a plot that does not belong to them, and it allows me to pass items to them securely, because nobody but me or them can get into the box. So. The primary point of building Oswaltal is storage and crafting. Crafting tables and storage boxes. Oh. Yeah, but I'm not waiting around for any more. Oh yeah. That was a good movie. Yeah, right. Very true. We were just talking in Discord about all these TV services that want you to pay a sub and then they still want to feed ads to you. And how soon until AI is swimming in advertisements? In the chat. Only a matter of time. All right. We are good. We are good on the tree hunting for the night, so I am going to check out what's going on with Claude here, and then call it a night. What the hell's this? All right. Netflix, Disney, Amazon, tired of all of them? Yeah. They came with the promise of eliminating piracy. They ended up reinvigorating it. Pretty crazy. You can only push people so far. Copy that. I agree with 8. We can skip that. We don't need those tests yet. Logging is better than throwing for corrupted data. Keeps the service running. That's a little... 10 and 13. There's an error logged to the console, but an empty object is returned. The silent failure could hide data corruption issues. Consider throwing an error, or at least tracking these failures more explicitly so they can be monitored. Additionally, the error variable is typed as any in the catch block, considering using unknown. I think Claude is mistaken here. We don't have to worry about throwing errors. I mean, the service is not going to go down because the method throws an error. Yeah, I just verified it. Any thrown errors are isolated to the specific RPC call and propagated back to the caller as an exception. So, Copilot's right. All right. Cool. Still working. That sucks, guys. I think I'm getting something. Damn. That's right, I gotta go look at that. This performance on this PR page is ridiculous. Have a good night, man. Yeah. I think I'm out too, people. I'm declining quickly here. My freaking eye, my nose, my sniffles. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I might work with Claude a little bit more here, get these PRs across the finish line, but for those who have been around since the beginning of the stream, hopefully you see getting close. And I think we're gonna land some more quality code into the repo here. So anyway, thanks, Fault. Appreciate you still being here, man. Appreciate everybody who came out tonight. Who sat through the who coding and who sat through the Pax Dei tree PvP. Yeah, been real. We'll be back next Saturday, probably with something totally different, but it'll be fun. We'll get into something good. So I hope to see you all back then. Really appreciate y'all being here, and keep an eye on the channel for new videos this week too. I'm excited to see CIG coming back to the offices, talking about 4.6. Should get a lot more stuff going on to talk about. So sleep well and take off over Sunday to sweat out. Cool. Yeah, seriously. It's kicking my butt already. I will do exactly that. Every chance I get. Thanks, Fault. All right, guys. Hope you all have a good night. We will talk to you soon. Until then, Rollo out.